My
What a
God,
time! What a time to be alive.
what a
Talking about movies.
we did watch.
Yeah, what's interesting is that we didn't plan this at all, but hey, there's actually a theme to which movies we're talking about today. And that theme is, if you haven't already guessed it, find people in the chat, that the three remaining Best Picture nominees that we are going to review today are all based on true stories. And they're the only ones of the 10 nominees that are based on true stories. So that's
Well,
something.
that is
That
interesting.
is a
Isn't that
theme.
fascinating?
They're all united by something. So it's not just arbitrary that we're talking about the three that people are probably least interested in, broadly speaking. But I found them interesting, that's for sure. And some were definitely better than some of the stinkers we've had on previous streams. So hello, fine people in the chat. Welcome back. It's good to have you. We're going to be talking about some more movies today. Specifically, Nickel Boys, I'm Still Here, and A Complete Unknown, just in time for the Oscars, which I do not intend to actually watch, but those
Yep.
will be happening later tonight.
I'll find out about the Amelia Perez clean sweep when I wake up in the morning, and it'll be a nice little surprise.
Nice way to start the day. Yeah, exactly. So,
I realized that if Amelia Perez does complete the mythical clean sweep, it will officially become the most awarded film in Oscars history.
hey, I don't think it'll happen, but if it does,
Quantitatively, would make it the best movie ever.
yeah, I don't know how you
According to
could
the
argue that it
Academy
isn't.
of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences.
I
And you know
think you
what?
have to. I think you have to admit that it's already one of the best movies of all time
Yeah,
by
it
default.
sure is. I mean, it has more Oscar nominations than Return of the King.
It sure does. And how? Um,
Just your
yes,
daily reminder that Peter Jackson could not Peter Jackson at the peak of his career could not hope to accomplish what Amelia Perez does.
Bro says, imagine how popular you could be if you talked about interesting topics. That's pretty funny. That's good. I like that. Yeah, I think about that sometimes if we talked about topical things that people actually cared about. But no, we're going to talk about the remaining Best Picture nominees instead. How about that? I think I'm excited for it.
Captain America, I hardly know her. Waka waka.
So yes, we are going to talk about these three remaining movies today. As some of you will likely already know, most of you will likely already know, we have covered the other seven Best Picture nominees on various streams. And so this is the last ones we have to talk about. After which we will do a little ranking of the best ones, and I like to put them in an order. That would be fun to do, I suppose. And then we can talk very briefly at the very end about predictions and all that sort of fun stuff. So, we got three movies to talk about. So I say we just jump on in. I think we'll go in reverse order of the title. Let's talk about A Complete Unknown of the
Yeah,
Bob Dylan
the
story.
Bob Dylan. Yeah, the Bobby Dylan story. Let's go. The Timothy Chevrolet Bob Dylan Especial.
Yes, we'll start with you. What did you think of A Complete Unknown, the Bob Dylan story?
Jamie, I did not know what to make of this movie when I sent you the message after I finished it. There's an hour of an idea in there somewhere, I think. I want to say that, so one of the things that I did, I'll open up with a little bit of praise of the movie. One of the things that I did like about it is that rather than do what most other music biopics does, it did not meander through a Dickensian chronicle of Bob Dylan's career, playing all of his greatest hits. It decided to pick, one particular big arc in his fame.
I'm big arc is a strong word, but I understand what you're
It
saying.
big arc in that, like, boomers all know it. I would
Yes.
say. This
Yeah.
is like something very famous for for boomers and people who are obsessed with the 60s. It is about Bob Dylan's meteoric rise to folk singer fame and then his subsequent betrayal of that
The hippies.
community, of the hippies, so that he could play some pretty catchy electric guitar tunes instead. Um, that that's basically the arc of the movie. It does sort of have a bit of that annoying jukebox musical um, kick to it, some drag, I would say, where like there's a lot of scenes, rather long scenes of him playing the guitar and singing the Bob Dylan songs that we like, and that we
Mhm.
know and like. Um, and I fast forwarded through a few of those, but I don't I don't really know what the movie, like how the movie wants me to view this journey that Bobby Dylan goes on. I'm not, I was a little lost as to that. So for a while I was like, I think I like it, and then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, I don't know if I like it actually. If you like Bob Dylan, you'll probably like the movie. If you're very,
Um,
uh,
okay, I'll let you finish first.
nah, I mean that it I found it to be pretty lazy and relatively uninteresting overall. Not I Another thing that I should say is that I'm really almost never impressed by famous people doing impressions of other famous people that the famous people voting for the Oscars used to know and like. So Timothy Chalamet's performance is kind of on the level of parody in most scenes. I was
Yeah.
not super impressed by it. He sings pretty well though, so I'll give him that. In the scene, in the bits that I didn't fast forward, he sounded fine. Um, but overall, I'm not really sure what to make of this, and I'm interested to talk about it. Is where what we'll get to. I
Yeah.
don't.
All right.
Yeah.
I thought this movie was pretty lame. I think it was lazy. I think it was pretty profoundly uninteresting, I would say, as a story. You described it as a big arc, and I took issue with that only because it only really factors into the last quarter of the movie. But essentially, the central conflict of this movie is, oh my gosh, Bob Dylan, he's going electric. That's the central conflict of the
Yeah.
movie. But see, part of the problem is there's a solid chunk. I want to say it amounts to about a third of the overall film that doesn't factor into it at all. And it's mostly Bob Dylan writing songs, getting more famous, and being a dick to his girlfriend. So,
Girlfriends.
girlfriends,
Girlfriends
yes.
and Pete Seeger for some reason.
So, um, in terms of what the point of all this was, some people have already mentioned it in chat. I'll read a couple of the comments because I thought they were pretty good. Mad Season says any music biopic is just an excuse to play the songs we like, and I hate how lazy it is. Yeah, there's a lot of that here. Couple that with an excuse to show important 1960s and 70s events on the television, and you
Oh
have
yeah.
most of the movie in a nutshell. I mean, I don't hate that in principle, but if it all felt pretty lazy here. Um, yes, Hollywood loves their musical biopics, and this is certainly one. And we're all meant to go, oh, I like Bob Dylan songs, and wow, Timothy Chalamet, he sounds just like Bob Dylan. Give
It,
this best picture, give this best picture nominee.
get that
Um,
man an Oscar.
yeah, give this movie a nomination. He did an impression of Bob Dylan the whole time. Okay, so let's talk about that. Um, Timothy Chalamet, I think, is a pretty solid actor in general. However, so there's two sides of his performance in this movie. Side number one is how he is in all of the non-singing scenes, where he's just being Bob Dylan, talking to people and walking around in
One
rooms.
might say the most important part, really, of the
Yeah,
performance is in the
fundamentally,
character, the fundamentals of the character, what we learn
yes.
about him. Um, he's
I,
doing what I would say amounts to bad parody. Like anybody who's
I
ever made fun of Bob Dylan has done this exact performance
voice.
before.
There's a particular scene where he is watching a performance of Johnny Cash on the television, and then we cut away from the TV, and some commentators like, oh, country's going through a bit of a transition phase, blah blah blah, and Bob Dylan goes, it's not a transition, man. This it's bullshit. There's no, it's all that's bullshit. It's like, oh, okay, okay. Thanks, Timmy. I never, except for when he's excluding when he's singing for the moment, every other second of the movie where he's on screen, I never see Bob Dylan. I just see Timothy Chalamet doing an impression. He never disappears into the role even for a second. Like when I
That's
hear him
fair.
talking,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a funny voice you're doing.
That's a good. Honestly, like you pull that out at a party, and make a couple
Yeah,
of jokes. People are going to
you
be
do
like,
it on
"Wow, hey, that's
SNL.
pretty good."
You do it on SNL, and you might get a couple laughs out of me, which is impressive because I mostly hate SNL. But like it's a funny impression of him. Um, it doesn't carry the movie though, and it
No.
needs to carry the movie. And I found a lot of his line delivery is kind of unintentionally funny because of the silly, stupid voice he's doing. Um, Now let's talk about the musical side of it. Um, his musical impression of Bob Dylan is pretty good. It's like, hey, good job. It doesn't wow me in the slightest, but he learned guitar for the role, and for the most part, there's like one big notable exception. Like it actually looks and sounds like he's playing the guitar. You know what I mean? He's not doing a bad job of miming the guitar, which as a guitar player myself, I always notice when I watch movies where they don't
Yeah.
care about that sort of thing. So I was like, okay, that's pretty good, and I think he does an admirable job of impersonating Bob Dylan musically. It's not as good as Bob Dylan. It's not as captivating. It's not as soulful and strange and interesting the way Bob Dylan's voice is, but it's fine. I don't
Yeah.
know if you felt the same way. Like, but there
It's
are
fine, but it's not captivating enough to hold my attention. Like I said, I
no.
fast forwarded through quite a bit of them because they really do, like, they pile up and they drag. They add a lot of runtime to the movie. These musical sequences of him just
There's a
doing
lot. I
Bob
mean,
Dylan.
it's most of the justification for making the movie in the first place.
Yeah,
As,
to
as you
re-release a best hits album, a greatest hits album.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a lot of songs in the movie, and there's a lot of archival footage of things that happened in the 60s. And that's most of the movie. And then the other big section of the movie is Bob Dylan just being a total prick
Yeah.
for a lot of it. And
It
so I'm like,
yeah.
"Oh, I don't I walk away from this movie with an even lower opinion of Bob Dylan. I mean, I shouldn't say even lower because I didn't have a strong opinion of like what he's actually like as a person. I don't really know anything about him. I don't know a lot about his history. I have his greatest hits album on vinyl and I like it. That's all I really know about Bob Dylan, except for that at one point he went electric. That's all I really know. And I don't feel like I really learned anything about him from the movie, except that he was apparently a total prick.
So
And so that's
here's an
fun.
interesting little bit of insight from my unique perspective. When I was an undergrad, I actually took a course, a full on semester long college course for credit about Bob Dylan and
Oh,
his many
okay.
iterations and arcs. I took this because I figured it would be a pretty easy. I was like, oh, okay, like I get to listen
Sure.
to some music that I tangentially kind of like, and I came away from that class kind of despising anything to do with Bob Dylan because the professor essentially just like sucked him off the whole time. It was a, it was a
I mean, I don't think you host that course unless you're going to do that,
yeah, that, like,
honestly.
to be fair, I should have known what I was getting into. The most interesting thing about it for me was we read Bob Dylan's autobiography. I'm going to put that in heavy air quotes, autobiography. It is called Chronicles Volume 1. There has never been a Volume 2 released.
That's
And
like history of the world.
almost everything in Chronicles Volume 1 is made up.
That's fun.
Yeah, he released this as an autobiography. So he's like a world-class troll in a lot of
Yes.
ways. And I respect that, but at the same time, like, I don't know, man. I don't
I wish
find I'm
that's what
not.
the movie
Yeah,
was.
I'm not as fascinated with the mystique behind his public persona as
Yeah.
a lot of people seem to be, or as the fans of Bob Dylan, I should say, seem to be. Um, I do recommend checking out Chronicles Volume One and doing a little bit of like research into what it is exactly that like he ripped off for the not, or yeah, you call it an for the autobiography, but you could call it a novel. What it is that he ripped off for that is pretty interesting. A lot of it is old, forgotten novels from the Confederate States of America from like that brief period of time where that was a thing. Uh,
Interesting.
yeah, so he like he ripped off a lot of that and rewrote himself into the main character role and turned that into an autobiography, which is you know kind of a wild thing to do, and you gotta respect the game a little bit, but
Yeah,
I don't
so
know.
there's that aspect of Bob Dylan. He's kind of a troll. He's always
Yeah,
been kind of silly and strange. And, he didn't really seem to take things too seriously, right? Um, there's a little bit of that in this movie where, like, he's kind of a contrarian and he's got some capital O opinions, you
damn
know?
right.
And I appreciate that, of course. I always like really opinionated people. I like it when he's telling Joan, is it Baez? Is that her name? Joan Baez? He's
Yes,
like
Joni
he's like, "Your
Baez.
voice, like, you're trying too hard. Your voice is too pretty." It's like, "Whoa, okay." He's got some strong opinions. And then he's like, Pablo Picasso is overrated." I'm like, "You know what? That's true. I agree with you, Bob Dylan. I agree with that." Um, there's another one too. I'll see if I remember it later. But I don't really you don't get a lot of that really from the movie. What you mostly get is that he doesn't care about any of the women in his life at all. So this is hardly a movie that is sucking him off as your professor did. The movie is, quite willing to portray him as a total prick, but I don't really understand the point.
Yeah, I
Or
like the thing that I'm not clear about really with what them when the movie portrays him as a prick is like, is it just trying to give us like an honest picture of what Bob Dylan looked like, or
I think
is
I
it
think that's
trying
what they're
to
trying to do.
yeah, because it feels a little bit by the end like rebel icon, rock and roll man, and I just don't know. Uh, yeah,
Well, that's maybe my biggest issue with the movie is the finale of it as it relates to the going electric and his sort of rebellious attitude. There's something similar to the brutalist in that, actually. We'll talk about it a little. Um, but I don't really side with his character the way the movie wants me to. So
yeah,
by
that
the
was
end, I'm
where I
like,
was really confused. Is I couldn't tell if the movie wanted me to side with him or not, and that was one of the reasons why I was like, I did I like it? No. Yes. No. Maybe.
I hated the ending. I thought the ending sucked. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So the movie basically opens with Bob Dylan arriving in New York City from New Jersey, and he is already started out in his career, but he's not made it big yet. And he's trying to track down Woody Guthrie because he's heard that Woody Guthrie is in the hospital. Woody Guthrie, obviously famous folk singer and big inspiration to Bob Dylan. So he hears that he's sick. He tracks him down to the hospital in New Jersey, actually, that he's staying at. And he wants to meet him before he dies because he's been a huge inspiration to him. He gets there and finds Pete Seeger there as well. Pete Seeger is a folk artist who wrote This Land Is Your Land. He's kind of like a Mr. Rogers of folk music type character,
Yeah.
rather more wholesome than Bob Dylan, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Um,
A little bit more, even a little
Vanilla.
bit more vanilla hippie. Like
Yes. Yeah.
yeah. And he's played by Edward Norton.
Yes. Quite well,
Yeah,
I'd say. I
actually, like
like.
the actual performance that I liked the most in the movie was that.
Yeah. Yeah, but Ed Norton is the best part of this movie. I don't know if it's not enough to really
No.
sell me on the whole movie, but I like him in it. I always like Ed Norton. He's great. So Bob Dylan, little Timmy Chalamet doing an impression of Bob Dylan, arrives at Woody Guthrie's hospital, and finds him there. He's had a stroke or something, and he can't really speak anymore. So he meets him. He says, "I've always wanted to meet you. Your songs have been really impactful in my life, and I thought, hey, maybe I'll play you a song." And so he pulls out a guitar and he plays him a song, and it's a good song. It's a song. It's a real song. All the songs in the movie are, as you
Yeah.
might expect, but it's called "A Song for Woody" or something like that.
I
What's
think
it
it's
called?
called like Woody Guthrie. Like the song is just
Yeah,
called Woody Guthrie.
yeah, it's dedicated to him. And so he plays that for him. And that's the first musical number in the whole movie. And it's pretty good, I would say. It's just him and a guitar and he's singing. He does a pretty good job. I like it.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Like it's fine to good. And that sort of, they are impressed by him because they're like, wow, hey, that was a pretty good song. And so they start sort of
Going to bat for
shepherding
him.
him.
Yeah, they
Yeah, they
like
go to
they
bat for
start
him.
getting him some gigs, like following up Joan Baez, who is like when we're introduced to her, as it turns out, she is a pretty successful, popular folk singer who is making
Yes.
records and has a label, and they're trying to push her a little bit further. They want her to take the next step in her career, and she's a little hesitant to do that.
Yeah, they want her to sign with Columbia Records, and she's like, "No, I don't want to go mainstream, man." It's not that cringe, but it's
It is
that's
a
the
little
basic
bit, yeah,
gist.
it is a little bit like that.
It's a little bit like that, because obviously in this world of folk music in New York in the 1960s, especially, there's a lot of like, oh, counterculture. Like, no, we need to keep folk music pure, man. 'Cause if it goes mainstream, that'll ruin the whole thing, man. Um, so there's that aspect of it. And so he's getting to perform at some local clubs and stuff like that. Eventually, he will be brought on to the big, is it Newport? Is that the name? Newport Folk Festival that is hosted by Pete Seeger and others. So he's, and then he starts finding success. At first, he gets a record deal, and it's to do covers mostly because they want to put a young face on folk music, but he's not really recording any of his own songs, even though that's clearly the best thing about him. And eventually he will get the opportunity to do that. But if, he's just sort of slowly growing his career. And while we're in this stage of the movie, he meets, is it Elle
Sylvie.
Fanning?
Yeah, Elle
Sylvie,
Fanning. Sylvie,
played
played
by,
by Elle Fanning.
yes.
Hot little redhead in the city.
And so they hit it off and they, have a little relationship. And then really pretty quickly, he's just really rude to her. It doesn't take long.
It doesn't take long. He's barely even like. It's a little strange watching like their meet cutes and their first dates and everything like that, because he is coming across as the most autistic person you could ever hope to interact with, and for some reason that's just like she just like basically falls head over heels for him.
I think the first thing to be fair, the first thing she sees is him performing.
Oh,
And,
is that the first thing? Yeah, okay.
she's at that church where they're performing. And so then he talks to her after the
Oh,
performance.
right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's something. But he is a bit socially awkward, not like full autist. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. But
I don't know, man. He was giving me big Sheldon Cooper vibes.
So Trayvon Washington, it's not that he doesn't want anyone to hear his music. It's that the record label just wants him to do covers at first, and then eventually he gets the opportunity to actually start recording some of his original songs, and that's when his career actually.
No, I think Trayvon is talking about Joan Baez. My music is so good and important that I don't want anyone to hear it. Yeah, like that's her whole thing. Like, I don't want to be for Columbia. I like my tiny record label that people.
I already have a record label. I don't want to go mainstream. Yeah, it's it's the hippies. They're trying to keep it pure, and so they establish at one point, because Ed Norton is kind of taking Bob Dylan under his wing. Sorry, Pete Seeger is taking Bob Dylan under his wing. He says he's talking about like what kind of music Bob Dylan likes. He's like, "Oh, I like a little bit of everything, man," and because that's how he talks. And he's like, "Oh, I like a little rock, a little country." He's like, "Genres, man, whatever."
Genres
like
are just labels that they put on us to try to keep us down, man.
it's hints of that for sure. And well, and then there's a moment setting up the major conflict of the movie that is going to disappear for a long time and then come back with a vengeance later. Uh, Ed Norton's Pete Seeger says, "Hey, sometimes the best songs they don't need any frills. By frills, he means like loud electric guitars and drums. Sometimes a good song just needs, a guy and a guitar, and like that it's pure. Like that's his perspective, right? That there's a purity to folk music that doesn't need, the thing should be simple and powerful and without all the frills and dressing and crazy, recording advancements and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
keep it simple, keep it pure, man. And so later, much later in the movie, when we decide to engage with this theme, Bob Dylan trying to go electric and sort of start a rock band essentially instead of sticking to just pure guy in a guitar and harmonica folk music that will upset Pete Seeger and all the people running the Newport Folk Festival, and that becomes the central conflict of the movie, which is still baffling to me that that's the main conflict of this movie.
Yeah, yeah. Like it's a little odd because Pete Seeger
It's so
dips in
lame.
and out of like actually being a character who's playing any role in the movie. Now, like really, all we see of him essentially is he is Woody Guthrie's friend, best friend. He's sitting with him at his hospital bed and talking with him and encouraging him to get better and everything, right? Then this weird little autistic hobo kid shows up to play a song, and Pete Seeger, being the creepy hippie that he is, brings the kid to his home with his children and his wife, and then like kind of basically pushes his career along. And really, the conflict of the movie then becomes that Bob Dylan resents having to like be not even like indebted.
They want me to be a dancing monkey, man.
Yeah, like he resents having to like give Pete things that Pete would like him to do, right? And he's not even like
It's not even just that. He's
yeah,
like,
it's
the
like
audience, man, they just want me to play Blowing in the Wind forever. And it's like, the movie never really establishes why he hates that song so much. He just, at
yeah,
one
he
point
just
in the movie, he's just like, I hate playing Blowing in the Wind. I don't want to play that anymore. You guys just want me to dance like a monkey. And it's like, oh, well, you're performing at a folk festival, dude. Anyway, he seems to resent the audience that he's developed for wanting him to stick to folk music because that's what they like. And he's like, man, labels and genres, man, I just gonna do whatever I want, man. These people want me to be a dancing monkey, and I don't want to do that, man.
yeah, I want to
Mhm.
do, I want to do, I want to play a new song. Like then, like they kind of establish that that's
Our
like
Bob, by the way, our
his.
Bob Dylan impressions are terrible. They're just awful. Just what that said.
They kind of like establish that his whole thing, and this is sort of like this is one of the things that my professor who used to suck Bob Dylan off verbally every week when I would go to this class would praise to the moon and back, is that, oh, Bob Dylan can't be defined by hits. He likes creating new things, and if you don't like his new music, that's fine, you can go listen to the old stuff, but he doesn't want to play it anymore. It's like, okay, but like it, isn't that sort of the point of being like a famous musician, is to like you know play the songs that people want to hear? I don't know, man. Like that's it I don't know. It feels, especially once we get towards the end, that he's just being sort of like a contrarian, bratty
Yeah, it's
shithead for no real reason.
he is a contrarian, bratty shithead and a terrible, a terrible boyfriend.
Yeah,
So that
ooh,
I
oh
sort of
yes.
we're like losing sympathy points very quickly as the movie goes along. And so by the end, when he's literally throwing a Moody for being asked to only play folk music at a
At a
folk
folk
music
festival that
festival,
he agreed to go to, like
yeah, that he didn't have to go to at all because he could perform anywhere and go play at rock clubs if he wants to. He decides to perform at the Newport Folk Festival, and then he throws a hissy fit about having to play folk music. And then it's a big triumphant rebel boomer moment where he decides to ignore the audience and play rock music anyway. Wow, what a rebel. He's a genius. And I'm like, I don't care about this at all. I think you're just a dick. But part of how we how we lose me over the course of the movie is he's developed as his career is sort of taking off. he has this relationship with Elle Fanning's character Sylvie, and then at one point
Like
she's
to the
like,
point that he moves in with her. Like they
yeah,
move in together. Like
because he's a like bohemian hippie sort of guy. He doesn't actually have a place to stay, so he's staying with her, but he has no respect for her at all. She's like, I have to go on this trip for a couple weeks for school, and he and it's okay. One of the things we establish is he's introducing himself as Bob Dylan or Bobby Dylan at this point, and it's revealed through mail that he's receiving now that he's living with her that his real name is Robert Zimmerman. But he doesn't tell Sylvie this. She just kind of discovers this on his mail. And then she's like, right before she's about to leave to go on this trip, she's like, you know what? I want to try to make this work when I get back, but when I come back, I want to know who you actually are. You never talk about your life. You never talk about your parents. You never talk about your real name. You don't talk about anything about your life at all. Like, you're an enigma, and I'd actually like to get to know you if this relationship is going to move forward. And he's like, well, I didn't ask you, like, it's like I didn't ask you about. Well, no, because the order is really funny. She's like, I've told you all about my family, and he's like, well, I didn't ask.
yeah, I don't give a shit.
I don't give a shit.
Why should I? Why should I care about that?
So bad. He's like, I don't care about any of that at all. I don't want to get to know you. And it's like, oh, fuck you. Like, why? Also, Sylvie's kind of an idiot.
Sylvie's
well.
When I was watching this with my girlfriend, and at the point, like the second half of the movie, where he just shows up outside her window on his motorcycle and starts screaming like, "Hey, come in Newport News with me. Come in Newport Folk Festival with me, huh? Let's go, Sylvie." She was like, "This movie makes women look retarded." Like,
Certainly Sylvie.
Sylvie sure does.
Sylvie's an idiot who I just think is like way, way, way too trusting of this guy who obviously, like basically from the word go, doesn't actually care about her. He makes it quite clear. So she's like, hey, when I come back, I want to try to make this relationship work, but I want to actually get to know you, and I don't want to date this sort of like mysterious sort of persona you're developing. I would like to actually get to know you. And he's like, well, who cares?
Who cares?
Maybe
Get on my
don't-
motorcycle. Let's go.
No, no, because that's later, Hugh. At this point in the movie, he's like, well, then maybe you shouldn't come back. It's like, dude, this is her place you're staying at.
He's like, yeah, no, he has basically like parasited his way into this
Yes.
house.
And it's like, well, maybe don't come back. And it's like, wow, you're terrible.
Don't
Like,
come back. Like, this is my house, asshole.
yeah, he's like unbelievably rude, and she handles it way too well because she's stupid. That's fun. That's fun to watch. Don't you love that when like the characters are either so stupid you can't believe them or so unlikable that you're not interested in them?
And that's all you get, really, except for the occasional time where Pete Seeger shows up.
And he's just kind of generally nice.
He's just like a wholesome dude. Wow, this movie sure is fascinating. So anyway, while Sylvie's gone, the Cuban Missile Crisis happens. You remember that? Everyone who's over 60 in the audience, you remember? You remember? I remember.
It was a crazy time.
It was wild.
The times, they sure were a changing. So while she immediately after Elle Fanning leaves on this trip, leaves him alone to live in her place, he's like, oh, I'm gonna go down the club, and oh my goodness, I just met Joan Baez, and she's a singer, and I'm gonna immediately cheat on you with her. It's like, great, thanks Bobby, thanks Bob.
Like, he goes out to the Gaslight and plays a little song about how, like, basically proto War Pigs, but not as good.
Yeah.
And then he he notices her watching from the stairway, and they fuck.
Mm-hmm.
In his girlfriend's house that he is bumming at.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's a total asshole to Joan Baez too.
Yes. He's just terrible.
He's just a total prick. Like, the next morning they wake up and the Cuban Missile Crisis is over, guys. It's done. Don't worry about it. He goes, well, I guess that's that then. And he turns off the TV and then just sits down and starts writing a song and insulting the girl that he fucked the night before. he's he's kind of like living his Sigma life right now. This is Sigma the movie, you could call.
What I find especially okay, let's talk about some of the good things, right? Because one of the things I do appreciate about this is that a lot of music biopics are not really interested at all in the songwriting process, what it looks like and what being a musician who's writing songs all the time actually looks like. Now this movie doesn't do a good job of it, but it does at least depict him as someone who literally can't stop writing songs. He's just doing it all the time, even if he's annoying people. At one point later in the movie, he's going to like come in at like 3 in the morning. He's gonna like, hey, Joan Baez, I know you're staying at this hotel. Let me come hang out with you. And then she's
Like,
like, are
yeah,
you gonna spend time with
bang
me?
out a
And
quick
he's
one
like,
real.
no. Yeah, we're gonna bang real quick, and then while you're trying to sleep, I'm gonna sit in the corner with a guitar and write a song. And she's like, "Can you not?" And he's like, "What? What do you mean?" Like he's just
Wait, huh?
he like anytime that there's a little moment later where like he clearly has an idea and he's kind of humming it to himself, and he's like rushing back to his house to grab a guitar so that he doesn't forget it. And then he's like writing it down. So I'm like, okay, little details like that are nice because that's what it, that's what it actually looks like. You're just writing constantly. And I like that he's kind of obsessive in that regard. That like he doesn't really give a shit about the people around him. He's just like, oh, I have this song, I got to write it, and he's just constantly writing songs. So at least that's something. A lot of movies don't even do that, where like the songwriting process is like, oh, they have this great euphoric dramatic moment of inspiration, and then they wrote that famous song. This is just kind of like he's always doing it because he's obsessive, and that's an improvement. It's not great though, because for example there's a later scene when they're in the studio and they're writing and they're going to record, actually no, they've already written it, they're going to record like a Rolling Stone, and the guy shows up, he's like, hey, I'm a session musician, let me play guitar. And they're like, we already have a guitar player. And he's like, okay, well then I'm going to sneak in the room and play organ. And wouldn't you know it, he immediately lays down that iconic little organ lick. And it's like,
Yeah.
that's a really dumb way of showing how that part came about, but okay.
He can barely fucking turn the organ on. And then
Yes, and he just nails that
but he
first
just
take.
nails that lick instantly.
Yeah, it's just kind of that's kind of lame. That's very Hollywood, and that's what a lot of music biopics are like in terms of what they think songwriting actually looks like. At least this movie does a bit of showing it more like how it actually is. So I can appreciate that. That's something. It's something. But it does make him seem even more rude.
Yeah.
He just doesn't give a shit about anyone around him. He's just like, I gotta write my songs. And so, okay, so he immediately cheats on Sylvie, and he hooks up with Joan Baez, and then he's kind of a dick to her as well.
But they sing a song together, and wouldn't you know it, it's soulful and deep and a big connecting moment, and she decides to record it for him, so that like it's basically so that his originals can start getting out there, and then he can
Yeah,
drum up a little bit of excitement for him to record his own originals, uh, which is also turns out to be like the thing that Elle Fanning immediately, Sylvie immediately, like she hears, is that Joan? Isn't that your song? And that immediately clues her into like, oh shit, something they fucked. Something's going
they
on.
yeah, they
Yeah.
have there's something going on between them. She will relearn that there is something going on between them like 5 other times in the movie.
Yes. Yeah.
It's the most insane repetitive thing I've seen in a long time. I think there are two nearly identical scenes of of Sylvie waiting in the wings while he's performing on stage with Joan, and she's having a moment like, wait, oh my gosh, they have too good of chemistry on stage. They must be in love. She has
Yeah.
that scene twice.
She does have that scene twice. It's like, and once, like, God, once it's like after he invites her to the festival, he's like, she's already broken up with him because of it. And then he comes and picks her up and he's like, yeah, we're going to go play with Joan. And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And then gets there and is like, oh, whoop, never mind. And like leaves immediately. It's,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, even though she said she was gone for like 12 weeks, it's like 2 scenes later that Sylvie is just back She's back now.
and impressed that he taught himself to make coffee. Was
He
that
must
difficult to do in the
low,
60s?
incredibly low. No, like he didn't have a place to say. He barely knew how to dress himself. Like, there's no way he knows how to cook. So she's like, "Oh my gosh, you figured out how to make a pot of coffee." And that's like, wow,
You're maturing.
you're maturing, you're growing. Oh my
I'm so
goodness.
proud of you.
Uh, in the in the meantime, he goes to at one point he goes to visit Woody Guthrie and he's playing music for him. And the new orderly at the hospital's like, "Hey, this isn't a nightclub. This is a hospital. This guy needs to rest and recuperate. Get the hell out of here." Um, and Bob Dylan's like, "Fuck you, man."
Hey, where's the fucking problem, man?
So
somebody,
I
somebody in the chat said that we sound like Trey Parker doing a Bob Dylan impression, and you know what? I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I hear you leaning into it. That's what I hear. Um, so,
Whoa, you asshole! Give that man back his cigarette.
so yes. Let's see. Right. So they sing a little song together, and she's like, "Oh, I'll sing. This is Blowing in the Wind, right?" And she's like, "I'm gonna cover it first before you get a chance to record it." And he's fine with that, because it gets his songs out there and all that sort of stuff. Sylvie returns and is like, "Why is she singing your songs? Maybe you guys have a thing going on. Ooh, you better not." And
Ooh,
there's
you
another
better
scene.
not. I'll be awful mad.
There's another scene where like they're going to do like a photo shoot at her house because
Oh
that's where he
God,
lives.
right? Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember exactly what happens because I remember him being really rude to her here as well, but I don't remember.
Like he pulls her into the album cover art. Like they take the picture with her in he takes the picture for the album cover and calls her over and has her like get on the album, which is like I don't know if I'm supposed to know who this person was, Sylvie. Like
Yeah,
she's
I
not
don't.
famous, right? Like she's
No.
not like Joan Baez famous. I honestly, I'm going to be completely honest with you here. I didn't know who Joan Baez was until last Christmas. I'd never heard that name before in my life.
Your
But
parents gave you the gift of knowledge of Joan Baez for Christmas?
no, my aunt, my cringy folk music theater kid aunt.
She's got some good songs for sure. But I'm not super familiar with who she is, and I definitely don't know who Sylvie is. I assume she's a real person, because
She plays enough of a role in the movie. She
yeah.
fucking better be.
So immediately after, remember, Sylvie is back from whatever trip she was on. His career is starting to take off a little bit, but he's not reached meteoric success yet. She's back, so they're back together. And then he immediately goes and cheats on her with Joan Baez again. She's back now, remember, but that doesn't stop him. So now they're performing at the Monterey Folk Festival, and they're performing on stage together, and they're singing a song. And isn't that nice? That's that scene.
Yeah, and that's the scene where Sylvie is in the audience and she like has a breakdown watching this happen for the first time.
Is that this one? I think that happens later, actually. I'm
You
going
sure?
through
I,
the
I
footage.
could have sworn it was like the first time they play it outside together.
No, I think it's the second time because I'm going through the footage now and I don't see her. But it's a there's so many very similar repetitive scenes. So I understand the confusion there. Um, he gets his first check from the record company for $10,000. So now he's not a poor hobo anymore. Now he actually has some money. Wow, isn't that exciting? He
Wow, he
also
can
gets.
pay all that back rent to Sylvie.
I don't think he's going to do that. We never see him do that. But, um,
What? The guy named Zimmerman didn't.
so he's getting letters from he's now he's a pen pal with Johnny Cash because he likes Johnny Cash and Johnny Cash likes him. Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
And that's that for a while. So now he's performing, and he's becoming a bit more famous now. And now he can't really walk around Greenwich Village anymore or Brooklyn or wherever the hell he is at this point in the movie, without being seen by people like, oh my God, that's Bob Dylan. And so now he's a bit too famous for that. And then what is probably the objectively funniest thing in the movie happens, where I mean, I don't know, it got a huge laugh out of me. So this is immediately after he's too famous to go out in public anymore. We see, is it Sylvie? Oh, and is it Sylvie or Joan? It's Sylvie. She's watching the March on Washington on television, you know, like with Martin Luther King and all that sort of stuff. And then she sees Bob Dylan on TV playing a song in front of that giant group of people in front of the
Lincoln Memorial, yeah.
Lincoln Memorial, right? Now, here's what's so funny about that. It's hard to tell when you're looking at it in a freeze frame, but it's really obvious when you watch it. I'm gonna send a picture so you can show it on screen, Hugh. Just how bad the compositing job is here. Like they've composited Timothy Chalamet with a guitar into footage, like actual archival footage, a la something like Forrest Gump. But even though it's been how many years since Forrest Gump? At least 25.
Forrest Gump is 94, isn't it? Or like
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, even though it's been 30 years since Forrest Gump, they still can't do it. Like I don't. It's crazy. When you show it on screen, you'll see what I mean. This is the shot of him performing at the sort of rally.
There you go.
And so it looks really bad. It's especially bad in 30 years. Yes, my brain wasn't working because I was distracted by how bad this looks. So it's not good. It looks even worse in motion. And the other funny thing about this is that this is happening over a montage of him playing a different song. And then we cut to this footage. And like, so he's playing it. We're hearing a song. Let's say it's Blowing in the Wind. I don't remember which song it is. Blown in the Wind, and then his voice disappears, and we're just hearing the strumming of this song. And then we cut to Sylvie watching TV. There's still music playing in the background, and then we hear him playing a different song in a different key, in a different tempo on the television, and it's so poorly cut out like that. I belly laughed really, really hard when I saw that. I was just like, damn, that's hilarious. It's the clashing of the two different songs being performed at the same time in different keys and the bad Photoshop job. It's really something to behold. I
did not notice any of that. This I think was one of the ones where I was like, okay, I need to fast forward. It's getting late and I'm bored already.
Yes, you missed a little hidden gem there. It looks so bad, especially in motion.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it looks bad. So next thing we know, he is playing at a big sold-out auditorium show, and that scene is just another scene that's like, hey, look, he's playing a song you know. Isn't that something?
Yeah, there's a lot of those. This movie would probably be an hour and a half if they would like trim some of that down, just a bit, you know. Like they really start to drag, especially towards the middle part of the movie, where we're really like we have to show all of his success and fame, right? Like we really don't. We know who
we're
it
really
is.
dragging because it's song after song of just like, hey, look at him, he's performing that song, you know, and we've already lost the main conflict of the story. We'll get it back in like maybe 45 minutes from now.
Yeah.
But for now, it's just going to be his success and him being a bad boyfriend. And that's going to be the movie for a while. And also, hey, civil rights conflict. Remember that?
Remember all that good stuff?
Remember when it's a bit cliche at this point to show the scene of when MLK is assassinated in any movie that takes place in this time period. And it's just like, look, I get it, but I'm tired of it. I'm tired. Like, it just feels so lazy when you don't really have much else to offer. You know,
Yeah.
there's an identical scene in Elvis from last year, so it's just a little tiresome at this point. Now we are at the Newport Folk Festival in 1964, and this is when he goes on stage to perform with Joan Baez, and Sylvie is watching from the crowd, and she's having a little bit of an well, oh, sorry, before he goes on stage with Joan Baez, we see Johnny Cash show up, and I'm going to plant a little flag
Yes,
here
we got to.
because
Yes.
this is going to be shockingly important. Johnny Cash is invited to this folk festival, which every other performance at this folk festival has been a person and a guitar singing. Sometimes there's a harmonica, sometimes it's two people singing, but it's certainly folk music. Then they bring Johnny Cash out. Johnny Cash plays some of his country songs. He has a upright bass player, he has a drummer, he has someone playing a Telecaster, like so an electric guitar.
We're not
He
even
has
just
a,
saying like we can give you like the prime example of what he's playing Folsom Prison Blues.
yes,
That's
and
not
he's
very folky.
no, I mean obviously there's some overlapping, like the Venn diagrams of folk and country and blues and rock, there's a
Yeah,
lot
there's
of
some
overlap.
overlap there.
And you
But
could play Folsom Prison Blues in a more folky style if it was just him and a guitar, for example. But he has a full band. Now there's I don't have any problem with that.
no,
The movie,
that's my favorite song in the movie, and it's
yes,
over very quick.
it's very quick. But here's the thing about that. It's a fine scene until you realize in hindsight that Pete Seeger is overjoyed. Oh my gosh, we have Johnny Cash here. Isn't that so exciting? He's playing our folk music festival and he's not playing folk music, but no one cares. Just keep that in mind, would you? For a central conflict that is going to emerge later in the movie. Johnny Cash played this same festival. He didn't play folk music. He had a whole band, including electric instruments, and no one batted an eye and everything was fine. Just keep that in mind. Hostman's Lounge, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, so I take it this movie isn't as offensive as The Brutalist or The Substance, but isn't interesting enough to justify accolades. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's
Pretty
pretty.
much.
Yeah,
I think it's lame. I think at best the movie is fine.
yeah.
It
Like
is.
at best, you're gonna like if you're a Bob Dylan aficionado, you'll probably get enough out of the whoa, I like that song to like kind of to be able to
Well, the
justify
times they
watching
sure were a changing. Look at them. The times I can see them changing on screen. Um,
it.
so Johnny Cash, he plays, and it's very exciting. They have a drum set and everything. No one really seems to bat an eye. And then he's playing one of his songs, and it's going very well. And Sylvie's getting this look on her face, like trouble in paradise. You know, something is giving me a bad vibe about.
Something about the way they're singing this song makes me think he was inside of her.
Yes. And then he's invited to like an industry party, and for no, the movie totally blindsides you with this. He just has a black girl with him.
Oh,
Now,
that was a time jump. Yeah, that's the time jump afterward.
yeah, there's a time jump. Do they say how long it is, or do they just do it?
I think
they
it's.
just do it.
I think they give you like the date somewhere in there, but like
Okay.
yeah.
Yes. So you'll understand why I'm bringing this up in a second. He's at an industry party, and he has this pretty black woman on his shoulder, and it's like, oh, is he dating her or something? Okay, like because we didn't do anything conclusive in the previous scenes with Sylvie or Joan Baez, like the two people he's dating simultaneously. And now there's this girl that we've never seen before. What's she doing here? She's on his arm, they're
Yeah.
being all cozy and intimate and all that sort of stuff. And he's invited to the party, and it's very comical, I would say, and feels very much like a movie and not at all how people operate in real life. He comes into the party, and as he's walking by people, they're just shouting out questions at him like he's at a press conference. Like that, they're across the room and they're like, "Hey, Bob, when's the new album coming out?" And just they're not even close to him. They're just shouting questions across the room like it's a press conference. It's very strange.
Yeah.
I found it entirely unbelievable, but he is not happy about this. He's like, "Oh man, they want me to be a dancing monkey, baby." He's doing that thing.
Why can't
And
I just come
then
here and have a glass of whiskey and enjoy myself with my black girlfriend?
and then he plays a little song, and everyone claps. And Pete Seeger joins in on the banjo, and isn't that fun? And
But
they're
like,
having a good.
real quick, this is the first moment where we get some sense of like hostility between Pete Seeger and Bob, because Pete, like, the album manager, the manager for Bob, comes up and says something like, "Hey, they want to hear a song. You know, you should go play a song for them." He's like, "Hey,
Hmm.
babe, why would I do that? I don't mean, And then Pete Seeger comes up to be like, "Hey, Bob, you know, here's this. Everybody here is really excited to hear you play a tune. Gosh darn it, and." You know, I think
Hmm.
it'd be real nice and swell. And he gets all like snarky. He starts like fake laughing at him. He's like, you always keep guitars on you, don't you, Pete? He's like, it's like he's trying to like hold back, like, oh, fuck you. Like he's
And
so angry, and then he plays the song. Pete Seeger joins in on the banjo, and it's like he has a little hissy fit about having like, wow, famous musician invited to party. People want to hear famous musician play music.
hmm.
Like it, I I don't
If
get
you
it. I don't get it. It's like
like, I know this type of person. I don't know much about Bob Dylan, but I know that these type of artists exist. It's just that like I don't respect that about them.
yeah, it's
It's just like, so it's not unbelievable. It's just like, I don't like you very much if you're just so resentful.
I've never really like understood people being super like, and I guess it's like, oh well, you know, every now and then he just wants to relax, you know, and not talk shop is
But
what they're trying to.
he's not going to these parties all the time. We're not seeing him go to these parties all the time and getting sick of them and getting asked to do this all the time and getting tired of it. This
No,
is the only time we see it.
in fact, all we've really seen of his character to this point is him being a total prick to everybody around him, but getting away with it because
Yeah.
he is obsessively, constantly writing and performing music.
Yeah.
So it does not, it only works in the context of like knowing that this is something that happened, right? Like, you know, like if you are a Bob Dylan follower, you know that this is something famously that he was, you know, annoyed by in his life and times.
Yeah.
And so now you're like, oh, we've got to that part of the movie. I remember this, you know?
Uh, uh. And so he leaves the party and he's not happy about it. And they're like, "You want me to be a dancing monkey performing folk songs all the time? I don't want to perform folk songs anymore." It's like, okay. And I think at some point, oh, okay, the scene hasn't happened yet, so we won't skip ahead. Now, he's going down in the elevator and he has a conversation with a guy who will eventually become part of his band when he decides to go electric. That's all that really important happens there. Now he's leaving the party and he's with his black girlfriend, who we have never seen at any other point in the movie and will never see again after this scene. Uh, she's like, "Hey, where are you going?" And he's like very dismissive of her. And then she's like, "I love you," and he's like, "We just met. I don't even know who you are."
She goes, "But I love you. Does that scare you?" And he kind of he goes like, I just met you, so yeah." And then he walks away. And that's the last we'll see of her, basically. But
She's gone from the movie now.
yep.
I so
He's
and
gonna
we're
go.
gonna find out.
He's gonna
We're
go and
gonna
like chill with the guy he just met in the elevator, because there was
yeah.
something about his rebellious free spirit that
Ugh.
really spoke to him, I suppose.
Yeah, that's
Like,
definitely what they're going for. And so this is a woman that he is cheating on his other two girlfriends with, who he brought to this party. Um, and then, but apparently he just met her, and she's like, "I love you," and he's like, "That's weird. We just met," and then she's gone from the movie.
what are
So,
you, retarded?
and so, and she just kind of has this like empty stare back at him that's pretty funny, that like I can believe that she actually is just kind of a little bit crazy and like fell in love with him instantly. It's just so strange. I don't know what it adds to the story. I don't know why it's there, but there, and then she's gone. Okay, that's great.
Everybody wants him to be something that he isn't.
What's about time? This and that. And so then he goes down somewhere in New York to some club where he sees the guy, the rebellious guy in the elevator that he just met, and they're performing some sort of kind of folksy Irish or Scottish music, that sort of thing. And he's digging it. He's listening to it in the club, and then someone's like, "Oh my God, it's Bob Dylan!" And
You
and then
clipped so
everything
hard.
stopped. Did I clip really hard?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That's sorry to everyone whose ears just had to deal with that. I tried to lean away from the mic, but so it goes. Anyway, someone screams, "Oh my God, it's Bob Dylan!" And then everything grinds to a halt. And they're like, and then he's too famous to be there anymore. And then, like, a fight sort of starts, and someone's like, "Hey, like, let me get a picture, let me get an autograph," or something like that.
Yeah.
No,
Uh,
no, some woman
a
just tries.
woman grabs his sunglasses, which are his security blanket,
Yeah,
essentially, and he
yeah.
takes them back and gets punched in the face by her boyfriend. It's
Yeah,
like,
so yeah, I just want to walk through that because they're like, "Oh my God, it's Bob Dylan! It's Bob Dylan! It's Bob Dylan!" And everyone's, and so he's like, "Oh, I better get out of here. I'm too famous now." And some lady's like, "Hey, let me see your glasses," and just grabs them off his face. He tries to grab them back, and then her boyfriend is like, "Hey, don't touch my wife," or
hey, don't you
whatever.
touch my gal. I'll suck you one.
Punches him in the face. It's so funny. It's so stupid how like that moment is just so silly. And so okay, he's let out of the club, and now he's got a black eye. He shows up to Sylvie's house in the middle of the night, and she's like, what the hell are you doing here? We broke up, remember?" And
I've
he's
got
like,
another man in the bed over here.
"Yeah, who's a very sound sleeper, I guess." And she's like, "We broke up, remember?" It's like, are we not going to show any of these scenes?
Nope.
Like, I feel like that scene might have been useful to the overall drama of the story, but I guess not. They broke up, but he's like, "Can you just give me a hot towel or something?" I was like, "Where do you live? Go home. What are you doing here? You weird weirdo." And then, oh yeah, this is the part that annoyed me. He's like, everyone's always asking me to play songs or whatever. They always ask me questions like, "Oh, where do the songs come from? Like, where do you get your ideas from?" Which I'll admit is kind of a dumb question that people often ask, right?
Yeah.
But then he's like, "But you look into their eyes, you realize that they don't want to know where the songs came from. They want to know why they didn't come up with the songs." It's like, shut up, dude. Shut up. Like that's not what's happening there. People are just like, they don't understand the sort of creativity that people like you
Everybody, well,
have.
everybody wants to know, like, especially at this time, right? Like when somebody comes along and can just kind of churn out music like this that people are wild about, everybody starts getting kind of curious. There's still like there's the only reason that professor I had a course on Bob Dylan and his life and times was to try to puzzle out what exactly it is about Bob Dylan that like or about that music and where he got like how he what his process was that made it work the way that it does, right? Because
Hmm.
maybe if you
Why it struck a
understand the
chord.
process, you can sort of like if you are artistically minded, maybe you can sort of gather something from it that'll help you in your own process or like
Sure.
or maybe it's just because like you're interested in what this master of a craft is doing and like music in particular songwriting is a little bit harder to pin down as to like what it is about this that like captures the public imagination so vividly than
Hmm.
painting, for example, or like the way that a movie is structured, right? Like there's no
Yeah,
physical medium. It's more
and
the
music's
digital.
harder to talk about
Yeah.
unless you know, and like the actual, not lyrics and stuff like that, but music is a lot harder to talk about if you don't know the jargon of music theory. It's just like, "Oh, I like the way that sounds."
Yeah.
you know, unless you know a lot of, unless you can talk about, the chords he's using and all that sort of stuff, it's a little harder for people to pin down. So the character is annoyed that people are asking him, "Hey, where do you get your ideas from?" because like, it's a hard question to answer for one, and people ask it all the time. But his response that I disagree with is just like, what they're really asking is, how come I didn't come up with that? Or like, how come you get like creative ideas and I don't? And it's like, no, they just want to understand how it's possible because it's so alien to them. That's it. And they don't know a better way to ask it. It's like, how, like, because you come up with stuff they really like, and they're like, how? It's just a mystery to them.
Yeah.
It just seems like magic, and they'd like to know how. And you don't have a good answer because it's a hard question to answer, and that's fine. And you can be annoyed at people asking kind of reductive questions like that are
Ask
impossible to
and
answer
like
or whatever.
if you were annoyed because you don't really know, that's one thing. You're annoyed because you think they are
They're
jealous.
envious,
Yeah, like
envious that you're a genius and they're not. It's like, I don't. Some people maybe, but I think that's kind of a reductive way of looking at it, and kind of a resentful way of looking at it, actually. But also, he's just a prick in this movie, so it seems perfectly in keeping. But he's very moody and upset about it. And then he goes back to his place and he writes a song. Um, and then he's in the studio and he's gonna play a song. Now we are going to, let's see, we are an hour and 20 minutes into the movie, and we are going to reintroduce the central source of conflict. I can't believe it. That's the most baffling part to me. So, the board in charge of the Newport Folk Festival are talking about, whether, like, what artists they should have at the folk festival. And there's one guy who's a purist, and he's like, no, it needs to be folk. I don't want any of this rock and roll. I don't want any of that nonsense.
none of this
So,
insolent noise.
yeah. And meanwhile, Bob Dylan is in the studio with his brand newly formed rock band, and they're going to play rock songs now. Then we get a scene of Pete Seeger on television with a blues guitarist, which is kind of a funny, charming scene.
I love that blues guitarist. My favorite character in the movie. He's just like
Yeah.
getting drunk on public television and playing
Playing the blues. He's drinking peppermint schnapps right from the bottle.
You
And
give me a
playing
bottle of
blu-
this, I'll drink it, and I'll play your song. It's like basically how he talks. I was just like, dude, this guy's the realest character in the movie. And then he'd like,
Yeah,
when-
and Pete Seeger obviously respects him as a musician. He kind of wants him to, like, hey, let's maybe not, like, we're on public television here. Can we, like, clean it up a little bit? And the guy just isn't really responding to that. It's quite funny, but they're supposed to have Bob Dylan on this show. And so this is just a scene of Bob Dylan showing up late and eventually being like, hey, let's play a little blues together. And they play a little blues, and you go, okay, that's nice. I guess that's that. That's the end of that scene. Um,
it like all that's doing, right? Because like Pete Seeger's little TV show. So this is one of like the 3 points of conflict between, like, I guess what we would call our like our protagonist, and I guess what we would call our antagonist, is that Pete Seeger is like, I don't even know. It's like, is he playing like the role of the left behind father as the son moves on to like bigger and better things? Because like all he's trying to do is like he's got his little TV show about the history of folk music and the importance of it, and he's like, hey, I helped get this guy Bob Dylan, you might have heard of him, started on his career. But like I want him to come and be on the show and talk a little bit or play a little with me on the show, so we can show people what folk music is like.
Mhm.
Bob Dylan ditches him, and so he gets like a replacement, and then Bob Dylan shows up at his like on his own time, interrupts the show, and plays plays a pretty, like, my favorite number of the movie, basically with this
Yeah.
blues guitarist. But then later on, like, so this will be like the moments essentially where like Pete Seeger will be begging him to just like, come on, man, just like do this for me, essentially, like,
Yeah.
please help me out here. And Bob
I
Dylan
thought
just
we were friends at one point, or like I thought we had a relationship, but you don't seem to care about me at all and won't do anything for me, even though I've done so much for you. So there's a little bit of that in there for sure.
yeah, it is adolescent like rebellion at its finest, essentially.
Hmm.
Like this,
Hmm.
no gratitude for the guy who legitimately gave you your start. Like you had nowhere to go, and he
Yeah.
brought you to his home. He put
And,
you on the
and
stage after Joan Baez and gave you this like big speech, about how great
yeah.
you are and how your music fairly struck us to the ground. Woody Guthrie loved it. So, you know what, everybody, why don't you give it a listen? Gets him a recording deal.
It's not just that Woody Guthrie liked it. He liked it too. He really
Yeah.
liked it. And here's the other thing about Pete Seeger in this movie. He is not anti all music except folk. Like he
No,
got this
it's
blues guitarist on the show because he likes and appreciates blues music. He just wants him to like tone down the swearing and the drinking on public television kind of thing. But he's interested in the blues and then he joins in when they're playing the blues as well. He starts playing the banjo along with it. But like he has respect for other styles of music and stuff like that. He's not a total like
Philistine.
square Philistine, yeah, or anything like that. And later in the movie, he's just gonna be like, "Hey Bob, can you just not play rock and roll at the folk festival specifically, please?" And Bob Dylan's gonna throw a hissy fit about it. It's like, oh, you can do anything for this guy, really? You couldn't just do him a solid and be like, "All right, sure, I'll just keep it." But because Bob Dylan seems to resent people for liking his folk music. It sort of stops becoming about him wanting to try new things, and it's just that he hates the folk stuff now. He
Yeah.
doesn't want to do it anymore. We're getting up upon that scene in a minute here, but it's just like, what's your fucking problem, dude? What's your deal?
Well, like, and here's the thing, right? Like, maybe if you hate the folk music so much, don't agree to play at the folk festival.
Yeah,
There's a crazy idea.
we'll talk about it. Yes. So after he plays the show, and they all have a nice time playing blues music on television. Isn't that nice? Uh, Bob Dylan goes to the Hotel Chelsea, and he's going to try to find Joan Baez, and he's in the hallway knocking on every door until he finds out which one it is, which is kind of amusing.
Yeah.
I like that.
Well,
And
I
then
like when he gets up there and he realizes he doesn't know, so he just shit, and then just starts knocking on every door. That was kind of
yeah,
funny. Real quick,
yeah.
Daily Dose Soup. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says, did y'all see the latest YMS cope about Amelia Perez? He basically said, I don't know anything about Mexico, so I wasn't offended. It's amazing copium. I did not see that, but that is kind of funny,
That's
actually.
pretty funny. As someone else points out, as if the only problem here is that it was offensive to Mexico. Like everything is wrong with that movie. Like everything on every level.
Not much is going right.
The
Yeah.
editing, the camera work, the writing, the character. Like I think from what I understand, YMS thought it was just sort of like not trying to be serious, and it's like no, the movie
No,
is
it's
trying to be
trying
serious
really hard to be serious.
in some capacity for sure. And so it's like you can't just like, oh, I thought it was just a silly over the top camp movie. It's like no, that doesn't really excuse all of the awful things about it. But hey, if you liked it, I guess everyone else is wrong for not liking it. Um, Mad Season, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, have you all seen Memoir of a Snail? My number one 2024 movie. I love how Adam Elliott blends his storytelling and animation to tell a wholesome yet sad story. I have not seen Memoir of a Snail. I have not really had the chance to see any of the animated nominees. I'd like to because I have heard good things about Memoir of a Snail. And if I remember correctly, Memoir of a Snail is by the same guy who did another movie I saw. What's that one called? Just a moment. What's the name of that movie? Mary and Max. I remember liking Mary and Max when I saw that years ago. I don't remember it very well, but it's the same guy. So yeah, I'm curious to check it out at some point. Have you seen it, Hugh?
No, I haven't seen either of those. We maybe should have should have worked in a time it's like to do the animated features.
There's just so
Considering,
much. There's so much to go here.
yeah,
You know what? I'll tell you, we haven't gotten to the conclusion of this yet, but after watching all 10 of these movies, I'm like not really super pumped on doing this again next year because this is a rough bunch, man.
yeah. This was a
There's a lot of
slog.
duds. It was a bit of a slog, so maybe we'll try something different and watch all the animated ones and watch all the international ones or something like that instead next year.
Yeah, maybe.
Obviously, some of those movies I'd still like to see. at some point, but obviously there won't be enough time to do it before the ceremony tonight. But anyway, thank you for the super chat and the recommendation. I'll definitely check that out at some point. So he goes to visit Joan Baez in the middle of the night.
They
They
bang
get
out a
it
quick
on,
one, and then he wakes her up at like 3 in the morning by obnoxiously writing a song.
and she's like, "Can you not?" He's like, "What?" She's like, "Get the fuck out of
No,
here!"
I can't, Joan. I can't not do it, Joan. I gotta be
And
writing on time.
it's even worse because she's like, "Will you get out of here?" And he's like, "What? Seriously?" Like, yes, seriously. Like, you, you're not a good boyfriend to her. First of all, you come up in the middle of the night and you're like writing a song because you just can't help yourself at like 3 in the morning. And she's like, "Get out of here! I'm trying to sleep."
I got a show tomorrow. I've got a gig. I need to sleep. And
He's
then he
so
tries
indignant
to
about it.
out of the room with her guitar.
Yeah, I quite like that moment from her. She's like, "This is my guitar. Like, stop. Get out of here." So
He's such a prick.
he's such a prick. Yeah. So okay, a couple things really quick. Dave L mentioned this a couple times in the chat already. He just mentioned it again about some. There was a report from like a couple Oscars voters. Every like entertainment outlet is like, "Oh, let's interview some Oscars voters and maybe we can get a sense of like, oh, what the voters are going to vote for, predictions and all that sort of stuff." And it was revealed that some of them just like kind of refused or were very vocally open about not seeing some of the major Best Picture nominees. Um, so a couple of them were like, "I'm not seeing Dune 2. I didn't like Dune 1." And some of them are like, I didn't see this movie and that movie. One of the people, the person who they quoted as saying he didn't want to watch Dune 2, he didn't watch 4 out of the 10 movies.
I wish
And
I hadn't.
well, there's that. And so, yeah, let's talk about that briefly because this is a regular thing. This is not anything new. Oscars voters never watch all the movies in categories that they vote on. That's never been a thing. These are just industry professionals. They're not paid to do it. These are just people who have been nominated for things before, and they don't let the fact that they haven't seen all 10 nominees stop them from voting. They, even though the Oscars, the Academy that is, makes it very easy for them to watch all these movies for free, they just don't do it. I mean, and it's most normal people don't watch all the movies either, but then again, they're not voting. So this is just a regular occurrence. This is just how it works. It's very rare that an Oscars voter will have seen all the nominees in any category in which they're deciding. So that's just the state of things. It's one of many reasons that the Oscars doesn't really have a lot of credibility. They just
And
don't
yet I
care
love
enough.
them, so I wish they would.
Postman's Lounge, thank you very much for another super chat. Says memoirs of a snail rather, and The Wild Robot are way better than most of the Best Picture nominees. I haven't seen those movies, and I believe it because there were some
There's some
absolute stinkers this year. My goodness.
Yeah.
Georges Rex says, didn't they only increase it to 10 films for diversity reasons a few years ago? Diversity in a sense, not like sort of
not like
gender or
DEI
racial. No,
initiatives.
like
This that was
diversity in terms. Sorry, go ahead.
it was basically because like there were, I think it was because like, there were a lot of years where the movies that did the best at the box office were not even like sniffing the Best Picture nominations.
I think The Dark Knight was a big one.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one because like there is a, it's weird. There is a divide, right? Like once we sort of move further down the 1990s where like the movies that do the best at the box office that like seem to have the broad appeal stop being the ones that get nominated for Best Picture for a little while until we start adding in like all the the 10 Best Picture ones. They also did it to like basically I think that first year that they did the 10 nominees, they threw the winner, the eventual winner of Best Animated Feature in there, which was Up, I think was nominated for Best Picture. And then they started doing that for a while where like essentially the winner of Best International Feature and the winner of Best Animated Feature would just sort of earn, de facto nominate
Yeah.
easy
So
noms for Best Picture of the year.
increased to 10 to include more of the mainstream popular choices, as well as animated movies from time to time and international movies from time to time. So not for DEI reasons, but that is diversity, I guess you could say. Because obviously they've experienced a decline in viewership over the years, and so the more alienated they become from the mainstream movies that people like, the more that harms their viewership numbers and their ad dollars and all that sort of stuff. So they definitely want to include some of the popular choices, no pun intended, like Wicked, for example. Wicked would not be nominated for Best Picture if there were only five. I actually kind of shudder to think what the five would have been this year if they still did it like that. I bet you Amelia Perez is still in that five.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's funny. I was looking at the year Schindler's List was nominated, and I'm pretty sure Schindler's List and Jurassic Park were nominated in the same year. Or like
Were
they
they
were
nominated for Best Picture?
I
I don't think Jurassic Park was nominated for Best Picture, but I can't remember.
I
You can look it up, bro.
were they in the same year? Hold on, let me check.
They were the
I'll
same year for sure. They were
yeah,
for the same year.
which is like I mean that's fucking crazy. First of all,
Yeah, he's a
Spielberg,
busy.
what a goat. Jesus
What a
Christ.
dude. So, after they have this rough scene where he gets thrown out of her hotel room, then we immediately cut to them performing on stage at some big giant auditorium, and it's going well enough. But Bob Dylan is sort of like tanking the performance by just sort of like ambling away from the microphone. And she's like, "Hey, where are you going?" And he's like, "I'm right here." And then they finish that song, and tensions are starting to mount a little bit. And she's like, "Let's play Blowing in the Wind." And he just absolutely refuses to do it. I don't quite understand that, why he dislikes that song in particular. I mean, they're playing folk music. He's clearly not super passionate about it, but it's hard to tell if it's because it's folk music or because he's performing with her and they just had a little bit of a falling out. I don't really know what's going on there, but she's like, "Let's play Blowing in the Wind." He's like, "No, I hate that song. I'm not playing it." And he just makes up some really lame excuse. He's like, "Oh, my guitar is broken. My guitar is broken. It stopped working. I got to take it to the guitar doctor." And then he just like throws a hissy fit and walks off stage, and she decides to play the song by herself instead because he just hates Blowing in the Wind.
Yeah, he really just like he's now officially like fuck folk music. This stuff sucks. I want to play the hip new. I want to. I'm too hip and young for this. Yeah. So no, Jurassic. You were right. Jurassic Park was not nominated for Best Picture, but it was nominated for other Academy Awards the same year
Yeah,
that Schindler's
that's
List was
visual
nominated.
effects, and I'm sure stuff like that probably best score. That's what I would guess. Anyway, Jurassic Park's an amazing film. Love it. So Trayvon Washington says, "To be fair, I hate Blowing in the Wind and all folk music too." You know what? That's an opinion you're allowed to have. You're wrong though. So now Bob Dylan is back in the studio, and this is where we have that cringe scene I already mentioned, where the guy wants to be a session guitar player, and they're like, "We already have one." He's like, "Okay, well, I'll just sneak in there and start playing the organ."
Sneak in there and lay down the most iconic organ lick of all time. Yeah, here we go.
Like, okay, that's a cringe scene.
Wow, look at it. But he turns around and looks over at him and he's like, "Hey, hey, hey, this guy."
Then he's like, "Hey, Sylvie, remember me? Come with me to the folk festival. I'm
He
gonna go play music."
pulls up on a motorcycle outside of her house at after they haven't spoken since he walked in on her with somebody else, and just starts screaming like "Hey, get on my motorcycle, let's go to the folk festival." And so she just does it, which is I was in there. Oh, great, yeah, no, you write some music, you ride a motorcycle, you can get away with fucking anything. Apparently, like if this is real, which I have to assume that this is, it is based on a historic event. I don't know if Sylvie, the real person, did this, but like it's not beating the allegations of just like literally living at the beck and call of whiny little musicians who have no home.
Yeah, it's just he shows up like, "Hey, come with me," and she's like, "Okay, I'll forget everything that happened leading up to this point in the movie." And so they get to the folk festival, and then he performs with Joan Baez again, and she has the identical scene where she goes, "You know what? Maybe he does love her." And it's like, this movie, what are you doing? And then she cries and leaves. She
Yeah,
came all the way. It's Sylvie, like, this is like a fool me once, shame on you.
fool
Fool me
me
twice.
twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I'll be fooled for the rest of my life.
Fool me 4 times. And then, okay, so now that happened.
Won't get
She
fooled
left.
again.
He's upset about it. He's like, why'd she leave? And it's like, because you don't care about her. And she just forgets and then remembers constantly throughout the movie. And so he goes and tries to get her back. And they have a tearful goodbye. And the movie thinks I should care about it, but I don't. And then
Then they have like a party in a hotel room.
they have a party in a hotel room, and Pete Seeger shows up the next morning when everyone's hungover. He's like, "Hey, by the way,
Oh yeah,
the board."
this is my favorite part of the movie. This is like the part. This is the part of the movie that like I started to get confused as to what the messaging is, like what exactly they want me to take away from what happens here. So Pete
Yeah,
Seeger shows up at 7 o'clock in the morning after this rock and roll party has happened at a motel, and he hands them some coffee and basically says, "Look, man, the board would really appreciate it if you would just please, for the love of Christ, play the folk music that everybody came to see at this folk festival that you agreed to play at. Please just play the folk music." And they have an argument. An argument that kind of goes in circles because really all that Bob Dylan can muster up here is like, "Well, Pete, didn't you listen to the new album I sent you? Did you even listen to the songs that you didn't ask me to play? Did you ask me not to play, Pete? Did you even listen to my music?" And Pete is just kind of like, no, no, I didn't. I've been, and the movie wants this to sort of frame this as like a betrayal, right? Like, oh, Pete didn't even listen to the music that he's asking Bob not to play. Oh man, he really is just, an old fogey riding along with the times, which are a changin'. But what this comes across as is like an older guy who's got a fucking family who organized an entire festival which is like has become huge in these years, right? And he didn't have time to listen to the album that is like completely different from the stuff that you would normally play and the stuff that he usually likes. And he's just begging you now, please, Bob, just play the music that the people came to see. Like they paid us to be here. This is like we need this. Like he gives this speech about how like they're this close, like this close to I don't know, fucking solving world peace through the through the folk festival. Like, oh, everybody comes and they bring teaspoons and the seesaw because there's a seesaw with a big bucket on it and a bunch of rocks, and eventually once there's enough
Pete, what
sand
are
in
you talking about, my dude?
it's like eventually once there's enough sand in the bucket it'll be nice and even. And God, gosh darn it, Bob, if you didn't bring a shovel when everybody else had teaspoons, now if you could just please play the music that everybody came to see, then world peace will be achieved, and the FBI will stop assassinating civil rights leaders, and the CIA won't flood the cities with crack, and it would just be the bee's knees, wouldn't it? So could you please do it, Bob? For me, for the guy who gave you his start and welcomed you into his home with his children when you could have been an axe murderer, please. And Bob
Could you
just
not even could you stop playing rock music? Could you just play folk music at the folk festival with folk in the name that you agreed to? Please.
yeah.
Please. Would you do it for me?
Would you do it for me, your old friend, your old pal, Petey? And he says, "Well, Pete, have you not even listened to the music that I sent you?" It's like, when what Pete should say here is, "No, Bob, I'm busy. I had to organize this festival. I have a family to feed. Like, I've had a lot going on. I did not have time to listen to your rock and roll album. I'm not a huge rock guy, but please, I will listen to it. I just would prefer you not play rock and roll at the folk festival." That's what he should say. That's not
Hmm.
what he says. He just kind of makes some lame excuse, and Bob gets mad and storms out of the hotel room. And when he storms out of the hotel room to hop on his motorcycle and run away, which is his like response to everything in the back half of the movie,
Yes.
uh, Johnny Cash comes drunkenly stumbling out of his motel room at, again, I reiterate, 7 o'clock in the morning, and discovers that his car is blocking Bob's motorcycle in. So Johnny goes, "Oh, hold on, man. I'll get out of the way for you." Gets behind the wheel of the car, shit-faced drunk, and crashes into two other cars before giving up and being like, "Ah, that's good enough." And Bob sees this man and recognizes the paragon of wisdom that he. By the way, he mentions June Carter, his wife, who has just left, presumably because they had a drunken row, and June is like, you are hitting rock bottom. That, this is not cleaned up Johnny Cash. This is lowest point of his life Johnny Cash from the walk the
Yeah.
line stuff earlier, right? But Bob looks at this and sees a paragon of wisdom and goes, "Johnny, what do you think I should do? They're asking me not to play the music. They say nobody wants to hear my music, Johnny. What do I do?" And he goes, "Well, I want to hear it, Bob." And that is like, the movie wants me to think that, like, just do whatever you want, man. Rock and roll, from a shit-faced drunk guy at 7 o'clock in the morning
Who
who just
just crashed the
crashed his
car.
car twice in 5 seconds is like, I don't know, the turning point of the counterculture. Like, the world would have been so much worse off if that had never happened. Like, I don't get
I
it.
don't know what we're meant to think about that, except that yeah, just be yourself as an artist. Just do what you want to do, man.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's it.
That's it.
That's
I
it.
mean,
And that
to be
inspires him.
fair, when he crashes his car twice and then gives up, that is really funny.
No, it is really funny. And it's even funnier that he listens to him after watching this happen. Like, he doesn't look at that
Mhm.
and go,
Hmm.
maybe his life's not going the
Now
way.
he's like, man, that's rock and roll. That's rock-
That's bad. Yeah, that's badass. I'm
that's
gonna be like
badass.
that, Johnny.
Dave L has asked a couple times about the length of this movie. It sounds tedious. It is tedious. All three of the movies we're talking about today are like 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 20 minutes. There's a lot of those this year. Not. I think I think we've said it last time that the shortest movie of all 10 nominees is 2 hours long.
That's
Everything else,
Conclave, which also
and
could
that's
have been
fine.
shorter.
Yeah, which yeah, sure could have. Yeah, kind of a slog to watch all these movies, honestly. But we did it. We did it for you. For you. Anyway, so he's learned that, hey man, just do whatever you want to do and fuck the haters, I guess.
He's recalibrated his moral compass after that little talk with Johnny, and
Yeah.
he's on to ruin Pete Seeger's life.
So he goes up on stage and he's like, I'm gonna do what I want to do, man. And so he starts playing his rock music. There's an organ, there's an electric bass, there's two electric guitars and all that sort of stuff. And he starts playing it. Now, if you remember, when Johnny Cash played here last year, 2 years ago, however long ago that was, he had electric guitars in his band, and everyone was super jazzed about it. No pun intended. They were super psyched. They're like, "Wow, this is great." He comes out with a guitar, and everyone just goes, "Boo,
Judas.
boo, Judas! You betrayed the movement."
And now,
And,
and you know what? Now
and
world
they
peace.
throw things at him.
Yeah, they throw shit at him, and like, they're all like, because they're hippies. None of them, ever played catch with their dad, so they all suck at it.
Yeah.
So they
do a
miss
bad
every
job of it.
shot that they take. Like Angel
Meanwhile,
Reese,
the festival
bang!
organizers are like, we gotta. Oh, that's a funny joke. The festival organizers are like, we gotta turn it off. We gotta sabotage the microphones. We gotta turn him down. He's making too much noise. He's making too much goddamn noise all the time. So, Ed Norton tries to like go over to the sound guys, like, turn it down. It's like, not turn it off, just turn it down, which is pretty funny because it's so loud. Oh my goodness, a loud concert. Could you imagine such a thing? And so that's going on, and then like a little mini hippie riot as much as hippies can riot starts happening. They're throwing things
You're
at him,
harshing my mellow, man.
and then they walk off the stage, and they're like, "Wow, you ruined everything."
You ruined
But
America.
hey,
Thanks, Bob.
but it's even worse than that, because it's not just that like, "Hey, thanks for ruining everything, dude." But they're also like, "You know what? You're leaving now. They expect more. Go out there for an encore." And so even though he just threw a hissy fit about playing folk music, he's like, "Fine, I'll go out for an encore." He brings an acoustic guitar and he sings Baby Blue acoustic like a folk song. And everyone's like, "Oh, this is good. This is good. I like this. This is better." And then once that song is over, he leaves and he's like, "Fine, I gave them what they wanted." Bleh. It's like, what?
I
What a
gave them what they
little.
wanted. Now your festival will never rise again, Pete Seeger.
This is so. It's so lame. It's so
It's
lame. First of
yeah.
all, he like turns on a dime to like, "Fine, I'll give you folk songs, but I'm not going to be happy about it." And it's like, well, which is it, dude?
Johnny Cash
Anyway,
is in the wings of the concert thing, just like ripping 8 balls and taking shots, being like, "Yeah, rock and roll, brother."
rock and roll. And so now they go back to the
Everybody
party,
is getting
and
in fights. Like, I think the program director tackles Bob Dylan's agent at one point, who's just like laying kidney, like haymakers into his kidneys. They like Pete Seeger goes to like grab an axe to destroy the equipment so that the music will stop essentially, and then his
yeah.
wife stops him from doing it because she basically is just like, just lie down and die, you old fogey.
So yeah, and then he performs his encore, and everyone likes that. But then he leaves in a huff, and then he has a big party where they trash the hotel later. And he rides off. He looks at Joan Baez with a forlorn look behind his sunglasses, and he rides off on his motorcycle. And then he sees them cleaning up the festival, and he looks melancholy. And then we're back at the hospital, and he's there with Woody Guthrie, and he plays a little recording for Woody Guthrie, and then they have a nice little touching moment, and he rides off on his motorcycle.
And
And
that's
at
the
this
end of the
point,
movie.
well, at this point, I couldn't see the runtime, so I had no idea how much movie was left because like the structure of this story has been so piss poor that I don't know how much movie is left. And so he's riding away on his motorcycle. I'm like, oh my God, I don't care. And then the movie ended. Like it hurt me. Like it's like, oh, don't worry, that's enough. We're done. And so, yeah, that's Bob Dylan, the unknown complete story. And then we do text on a white text on a black screen of what they ended up doing later, but who cares?
Yeah, like a "Where Are They Now" segment. This is the second movie this week that we're getting a "Where Are They Now?" Like a
Well, yeah, because
yeah.
we're into the based on true stories section of the nominees, and so yeah, this is our first entry. The movie is tiresome and poorly structured and poorly paced and thin and lazy and lame and at best fine.
Yeah, and
It
like
had
mostly
some funny
fine
moments.
only if you like actually really give a shit about any of this stuff, like historically speaking.
Yeah, but then even still, if you're a super fan of Bob Dylan's music, I think these performances will be pretty subpar.
Yeah.
Like, because they're okay, they're fine, kind of at best.
What do you
I'm
mean, Jamie? Like every single one of these movies, they always like the marketing always has to emphasize that, man, even people who knew Bob Dylan couldn't tell Bob Dylan's originals apart from the actor singing
that's
them.
that's because they're old and deaf. These are touring musicians who've been touring for years. They're deaf. They can't hear anymore, and that's why they can't tell the difference. The difference is pretty obvious when you hear them back to back. Bob Dylan has just a more compelling stage presence. He is a more interesting sense of rhythm, I would say. Bob Dylan kind of does a lot of like, okay, so a lot of folk songs, there's a verse and then there's a refrain, right? And so, but like every time he would sing the refrain, he would sing it slightly differently. And like, in terms of where the melody is happening over the rhythm, where the accents are. He does little things like that. A little bit like, obviously, he's a very different voice, but in terms of his rhythmic stylings, he's a lot like Frank Sinatra, who just kind of floats all over the beat, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
very loosey goosey in a way that's actually quite compelling. We don't really get that in Timmy Chalet's performances. I found them kind of like fine. They kind of change up the rhythm of certain songs and certain sections in ways that just kind of flatten them and make them less interesting. Like there's a big climactic moment in the original version of Like a Rolling Stone by Bob Dylan where where he does the part where he says, "How does it feel?" But like he comes in a beat early, but it's just kind of it works in a really strange way. Like those sort of nuances are nowhere to be found, I would say. I think to me, he's doing a decent impression of him, and it's impressive that he can, play the guitar and sing, considering he didn't know how to play guitar before he took this role. Like, he does an okay job. But if you're a super fan of Bob Dylan's music, you'll be like, this is kind of flat and boring. It's like, this is good for karaoke, if you will. You know what I mean? It's like, it's
Yeah,
really
like
good.
he has a karaoke night staple for the
Yeah,
rest of his
and
life.
you'd be like, "Wow, that's pretty good for karaoke."
Yeah, and you know what? Because of that, I think he does not deserve the Oscar. Not like let's
No, no,
not
no,
give him
no,
an
no.
Oscar for this.
Please don't, because the singing performances are the best part in terms of his performance. His performance when he's just in non-musical scenes is like, it's actually kind of bad. I don't really blame him because I know he's a good actor, but it's the material and it's the direction, and it's partly him obviously too, but
Yeah,
it's not good. It's not good. I don't believe him really in any scene. I'm just like I don't see Bob Dylan once in like the whole
no,
movie, and that's not good. That's not good. Anyway, it's not a very good movie.
nope,
It's kind of tiresome and lame, and I don't care for it. It is not the worst of the bunch, but it's not one I'd
nope.
recommend.
Middle of the pack of the 10, which is still not good. So
Yeah, and also I forgot we were meant to, I'll try to remember it for the other two. I talking about whether we'd recommend it before we spoil the movie. We'll do that going forward. I keep forgetting to do that. But yeah, this is not one I would recommend, really. It's not really worth it.
Matthew Leach, who would we vote for best actor? I'm gonna vote Amelia Perez.
Hold on. Best Actor 2025. I just got to look at the nominees one more time to there it is. Stupid pop-ups. Actor in a leading role. So the nominees are Adrian Brody for The Brutalist, Timothy Chalamet for A Complete Unknown, Coleman Domingo for Sing Sing, which I have not seen, but I would like to, Rafe Fiennes for Conclave, and Sebastian Stan for The Apprentice, which I have not seen, but I don't really think I want to see. Um, well, based solely on that,
The ones
I'll
that we've
probably
seen, yeah. What, Adrian Brody?
probably Adrian Brody because I love Rafe Fiennes, but I didn't really think he was the best he's ever been in Conclave. He was just kind of fine. It felt like a perfectly serviceable performance from him in that movie, but I wasn't really wowed by it. I mean, The Brutalist, I really hate the story of The Brutalist, but Adrian Brody is really good in it. So maybe him, you know. I haven't seen Sing Sing yet, but I'd like to. I like Coleman Domingo generally, so I don't know. That's what's where I'm at on that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna say the same. I think Adrian Brody is doing a really good job with some really shitty material. So, and it's not his fault that the movie is garbage. It's mostly the writer and the shithead director.
Yeah. You know what I'm just like this prospect, which would never happen, but it would be so funny to me. Like, okay, so what's her name? Uh what's her name? Actress from Carla Sofia Gascon, however you say her
Yeah,
name, from
yeah.
Amelia Perez. So obviously, her reputation has taken a real nosedive since being nominated for Best Actress in a Leading Role. How funny would it be if they were so mad at her that they're just like, actually, know what? You're an actor now, not an actress. And then they win Best Actor instead of Best Actress.
The surprise extra victory for Amelia
It
Perez.
turns out it's not a meme answer at all. Turns out it's a anyway. Topaz Dude says movies made for boomers who like Bob Dylan. Pretty sure they all love it. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain kind of person who just eats up these kind of musical biopics, and I don't understand those people. I don't get it. They the bar is so low. The bar is so low. There are people that watch Bohemian Rhapsody and they're like, yeah, it was good. It's like, really? Really? Okay, I guess. Topaz Dude says Stannis Trump was actually legit good. Such an easy role to go into eye roll parody,
Oh,
but
is
he
that what
nailed
that
some
movie's
mannerisms.
about?
The Apprentice, yeah. That's
Oh,
part of the reason that I'm not especially interested in seeing it. I don't care for.
interesting.
I watched the trailer for it and I was like, yeah. But hey, I like Sebastian Stan a lot and can believe he's really good in it. But I just don't really care to see that movie. Um. Okay, so
Anyway,
that's a
yeah,
complete unknown.
that's
I
a
don't.
complete unknown. I would not recommend it.
No.
It's middle of so of the ones that we've done so far. It did at the time, like when I watched this one first, right at the time that one kind of broke into top three just by virtue of the others all being kind of bad.
Yeah.
It did not stay there very long. We should talk about I'm Still Here next.
Yes. I'm Still Here. Not to be confused with the Joaquin Phoenix rapper movie. Do you remember that?
No, no, what the wait, no.
You don't remember that? Like when he, was dressed like a crazy hobo on David Letterman promoting I'm Still Here. You don't, anyway.
Oh, that's what that was for. Oh, I thought that was for the master.
No, that was for I'm Still Here, which is a whole nother thing, which is not the movie we're talking about. I'm Still Here, the movie we're talking about today, is a Brazilian movie in Portuguese that is also nominated for Best International Feature. Um, this one is the one I knew the least about going into it, and it was certainly an interesting movie. I'm looking forward to talking about it because not a lot of people have been talking about this one or Nickel Boys in the grand scheme of Oscars discourse. These are probably among the least two in terms of how much people are actually talking about them. This is also based on a true story, which I didn't know until the end of the movie, but I wasn't
Yeah.
exactly surprised it was based on a true story. I was just like, oh, that makes sense. Before we get into any sort of spoiler territory, I want to start with whether we'd recommend it, because we are going to spoil the movie. And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat will not have seen this movie yet. So Hugh, what did you think of I'm Still Here?
I would call this one good, not great, especially by the end. I think it kind of trips over itself a little bit. Um, I did enjoy it, especially for the first hour. I was very into it. It's pretty terrifying. The fact that it's a true story makes it even scarier on some level. But it kind of just bumbles around after that hour mark, trying to find its way to its ending, and I think that is mostly because it's based on a true story.
Yeah.
Because it can't have a very cinematic ending. But I like there are a lot of things that I think it misses. It adds little bits that are very interesting about this event and the people who lived through it, and then it does nothing with those interesting bits and kind of just meanders its way to a close.
Yeah.
Which it is worthwhile to check it out, I would say. But we are going to spoil it because I don't think it's like I don't think outside of if you're looking for something kind of interesting to watch this year, maybe. But outside of this, I can't say I would say it's like a staple,
Must watch.
yeah,
No,
must watch kind of thing.
I agree almost entirely. It's funny when you message me. You're about an hour way through the movie, and you message me like, "This is one of my favorite movies of the whole lot so far." And I was like, just you wait,
Just you wait.
because I felt the exact same way. About an hour, 50 minutes to an hour into this movie, I was like, "This might be one of the best of the bunch." The first half of this movie is really good.
Yeah.
Really good. Quite effective, subtle, nuanced, compelling, likable characters, an interesting premise. and then it just kind of peters out. I mean, there are some interesting scenes in the back half, but I was just like, we're not doing any of the things I was hoping we would do in terms of the central conflict of the story. I felt like they were establishing things and, for drama later that just we didn't pay off. We didn't return to, that didn't amount to anything. And then we do two separate time jumps towards the end of this movie that really kind of drag on
Oh
because I'm
yeah.
like, oh, we're way far away from the central conflict of the story now. Like we jump 25 years and then we jump another 20 years or something like that. I don't remember the exact number,
Yeah.
but it's a little crazy, and I think a big part of why this wasn't better as a story is because it's based on a real event and real people, and the real story just doesn't do the kind of things a great story does.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and I just, it's like, well, that's life sometimes, but I'm also like, then I don't know if I needed this movie ultimately. And I think that's a little bit of a shame because the first half is so good. I wanted things in the back half that I guess they didn't do because they didn't happen. It's like there's
Yeah,
no
I
other
mean,
really
when it's based on it's about a congressman in Brazil in the 1980s, right?
former congressman,
Former
yes,
congressman in Brazil in the 1980s who goes missing, and it's based
70s,
70s.
right?
Yeah, 70s. It's based on the autobiographical like memoir maybe of his son who becomes a famous Brazilian playwright. And I think that one of the I didn't know any of that until like I looked it up afterward, because that bit, they introduced the son as a writer and like everything kind of in the back half as a throwaway, and it is a little strange to kind of like know that they included that in the end, because it's like, well, that doesn't really feel like that's where the movie's going for most of it, right? Like it doesn't feel like it's your story really, but now it is kind of like we have the Easter egg of the author sort of present at the end of it. But I
Yeah,
think there's a lot of like really interesting. So the thing that bugs me the most is that there are two really interesting elements introduced at the end that I think could have made everything that we see happen. Like there could have been an interesting way to round it all out with either one of those two elements. One of them is the son who's been injured in an accident and is now a famous writer, writing the book about it. And then the other is the main character, ostensibly of the movie, dies of Alzheimer's, which could
yeah,
have been a really interesting. Like, it's just spoiler alert. It's a true story, but it's like either one of those things could have been an interesting way to frame the narrative, but they
yeah,
didn't use them to do that. They just kind
no,
of like tell you that at the end as a way to
yeah,
sort of conclude the story and be like, and that's like, long story short, this is what ended up happening, is basically how the movie
yeah.
gets by
And
the
I
end.
think it kind of ruins what could, or ruins is not maybe the best word, but it doesn't make good on the opportunities available
Yeah.
for drama because that's not what happened. And we can get into a conversation later about like, well, if we are limited or limiting ourselves to exactly what happened in real life, there is probably a better way of telling this story so that the whole back half of the movie isn't kind of just kind of fumbles and stumbles and then it ends. There's got to be a better way of doing that, but it certainly didn't do what I hoped it would do in terms of
Yeah.
fulfilling the promise of the drama of the story. A couple things in chat. So, Mad Season says, "So you think the real life story was not good enough basis to make a movie about?" That's kind of the open question because I think you could restructure the story and make it more compelling all the way through. But
And with
as
either of those two options that you give at the end, right, the son remembering the story of his father who disappeared, or the wife with Alzheimer's struggling to remember the story of her husband who disappeared, right? Like,
yeah,
either one of those two could have been a good framing device for a fully rounded character and we could
Hmm.
we could explore the real life story through that lens, but they
Yeah.
chose not to do it. They chose to do it in chronological order, which kind of undermines, by the end of it, undermines the power that it could
Yeah.
have, right? Like that's
So
basically, yeah.
two things real quick. Hostman's Lounge Sheds kind of sounds like the complaints people have about the ending of No Country for Old Men. No, not at all, actually.
No, no,
Not in the
I don't
slightest.
think that. When we get there, Hostmans, you'll know why we are disagreeing about that. But like, it's not really like that. It because that has a has a fully rounded story. It's just that the bad guy kind of like gets away from his fate at the end, essentially, and walks off. Right? Like this is
Yeah.
not quite that.
This
This
is
is just like
different.
it fizzles,
It
like it
fizzles. Yeah.
meanders for a little bit and then fizzles out. Like it's a really high stakes, very interesting, compelling drama for the first hour and a half of the movie, maybe a little bit further, and then
I, I would say the first half of the movie. We start to fizzle slowly from then, I
yeah,
would say. But yeah.
yeah. So yeah, we also missed a super chat real quick, and I can't see it with me right now. Can you pull
Oh,
that
I
up?
got it.
Yeah.
Hostman's Line. Thank you very much for the super chat. It says, funnily enough, the director of The Apprentice portrayed Trump as a rapist and is being sued for sexual assault himself. Ironic. I did not know that, but I would say that is ironic.
Who
Yeah.
could have seen that coming?
Assuming that's true, that sounds pretty ironic. So, we're gonna get into spoiler territory now. Ultimately, I think this movie is a little bit of a disappointment because the first half was so good, and then it just kind of limps along, and then it ends. Whether it's worth it, uh, I don't know. That's kind of a hard question for me to answer. I probably wouldn't recommend it to most people,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah. I mean, like
And
again, if you're looking
which
for
is which,
something to watch this year, like you want something that's new, and you're like, oh, I really am so tired of how god fucking awful these Oscar movies are. This one will be a breath of
it's one of
fresh
the better
air a
ones.
little bit, right? Like
Yeah,
yeah.
for the first half especially. So let's talk about the story. Um, the basic gist is that we're following this Brazilian family living in Brazil, obviously, in the 1970s. And they have a actually remarkably idyllic sort of life. They're pretty well off. They live right by the beach in Rio de Janeiro. They have a nice, big, happy family that mostly get along. It's idyllic in a way that I don't find kind of cliche or contrived. It's just genuinely nice. I like these people, and they're a believable, happy family, and so
Doing their
that's kind of
best, right? Like it's a
yeah.
family doing their best. They have a lot of friends, people, like they're very social. They're just like they're living their best life under a military dictator, and it opens with like the line "under military dictatorship" as like a Black Hawk helicopter or something like flies over the beach, and the mom watches it from the water, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it is pretty striking, that opening. Like it's like, oh boy, like I can't. That's fucking.
So yeah, they're a relatively well-off family. Like they're living under this pretty new military dictatorship in Brazil that's relatively recently, it seems, just taken power. And they clearly aren't super happy about it, but they're just kind of living their life. Like it's kind of happening in the background. It's starting to affect them, but they're a little, but they're just a family trying to, do family stuff, and they're likable people. And I like the dad's relationship with his kids and stuff like that. It's fun. It's nice. It's nice to find likable characters in this sea of slogs that we have as Oscar nominations. Um, so that's kind of refreshing. So then, as they're sort of doing family stuff, there's an eldest daughter who's about to go away to London, right? Is it
Well,
London? Yeah.
she's not about to go away to London at the beginning. She's partying. She wants to study sociology. She's kind of like she's a hippie. She's smoking weed and listening to records and driving cars with her friends and all that. And this scene's really traumatic too. When you go and watch it, they get pulled over at a military checkpoint, and it's
Mhm.
like terrifying, right? Because they're sorting through papers looking for any wanted terrorists, and there's so many on the piece of paper that they're like looking at that you kind of get the feeling that anybody could be on that list. And
Yeah.
so you don't really know exactly what's going to happen. But basically, things are getting worse. And so the family decides that they need to send her with their friends to London to keep her safe.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. Because and uh, they were thinking about sending everybody, but they didn't. They decided not to do that, right? Like all
Yeah.
going. But they
There's
want
kind of
to.
there are conversations being had about like, how long we should stay here, whether we should flee the country, whether this is all kind of going to blow over soon, you
Yeah,
know. It is one way to say it. Um, so then I want to get through the basic overarching story before we get into some of the details, just so you can see the scope of what works in the first half and what kind of fails to in the second half. So they're sort of living their family life as a sort of rising military dictatorship is taking over, and it's slowly affecting them more and more. In the background, we mostly see things from the children or the mother's perspective, mostly the mother, I would say.
yeah.
But in the background, the dad is getting mysterious phone calls from people, and he's exchanging like envelopes with people that come to the door in the middle of the night and things like that. He kind of plays it off, and the mother kind of notices but doesn't really know what to make of it. And he
She
doesn't
does.
seem
Yeah,
super he's not super suspicious or sketchy otherwise. He seems like a really nice, good guy. So like she just kind of writes it off like, I don't know what that's about. So in the background, he's sort of doing things like that. And then eventually, the police, the army police, I guess you could say, will come and say, "Hey, we need to bring you in for questioning," to the dad. This is where we learned that the dad is a former congressman in Brazil. He has left politics, presumably around the time that this new military coup took place. I don't know. For the record, I don't know really anything about the real story and the political circumstances of Brazil. At the time, I'm just kind of taking everything the movie says at face value here. So he's a former congressman. Now he's out of public service, and he's an engineer, I believe, an engineer and a teacher and things like that. And he has other intellectual friends that are involved in politics and the sort of higher levels of Brazilian society at the time, and they're kind of having conversations about like whether we need to leave, whether this is going to be over soon, what's happening. Then the army police show up and be like, "Hey, we're bringing you in for questioning. We're not telling you what, we're not telling you where we're going, but you have to come with us." And so he has to like get dressed and then be taken away by them. Meanwhile, the army goons stay with the mother and the kids to just kind of watch them, and they're sort of like a lingering sort of malevolent ominous presence in the house, like it's sort of invading their idyllic home life. And so what's he being taken in for? We don't really know at this point. There's a lot of it's kind of terrifying, intense, and you don't really know what's going on. Eventually, the mother and the eldest daughter are brought in for questioning as well. And the mother in particular is held there for quite a long time and like deprived of sleep and food, and asked questions and asked to like name names of people who might be involved in sort of I think they explicitly say communist and other anti-regime resistance movements. This is where we learn that the dad what he's been doing on the side is helping to send letters to people in Chile who are part of the resistance movement. He's been aiding and abetting the communist revolutionaries, if you will. And so comes as a surprise to our main woman, the wife, right? And what I thought was going to happen here is we would get a really interesting, because up until this point, I liked everything. I like how we've established them as a family and how they relate to each other. It's been really nice and pleasant and refreshing. I like the sort of subtlety of what the dad's doing in the background. We don't really know what's going on there. We're slowly getting the presence of the sort of tyranny encroaching more and more into their lives, until all at once he's being taken away, and then we don't know what's going on. They won't let us talk to him, all that sort of stuff. They have army goons like posted up in our house watching us, making sure we don't tell anyone, all sorts of tense, terrifying things like that. Then she's brought in for questioning as well. They put a bag over her head so that she doesn't know where she's going.
Her and her
She can't.
daughter, right? Like, and they
Yeah, her
they
and her
keep them
daughter.
together. Like her, yeah, they keep them together for a while, but like they use the daughter as like a form of psychological torture, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Hmm.
they take her past a woman who's being like drowned essentially, like it's
Yeah.
just the water torture where they hold her head under, in a bucket, and like while she's got a blindfold on so she can't tell if it's her daughter or not, right? So like they are
Yeah.
all of these like in order to try to get her to talk and like name names, like they're just torturing her and other people, like over and over, like, and it's harrowing when you see this all happening and like feel it all happening in this barracks, right?
It's effective. It's very
Yeah.
effective. Everything in the first half of the movie, I would say, is quite effective in terms of it's well shot, it's well staged, it's well edited. It's all quite effective. I like the use of music as well. Everything, it feels very nuanced and realistic and subtle, right?
Yeah.
And we come to this point where she's being told that her husband has been aiding and abetting communist revolutionaries that are trying to overthrow this military dictatorship, and they want her help naming names of people. And she is surprised by this and doesn't actually know that any of this is happening. And so I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. And what I kind of hoped would happen, what I thought the movie was going to do from here on, is that there would be a bit of a conflict between her and whether we ever see the dad or not, there would be a conflict with the dad for like getting their idyllic family life involved in something without her knowing. Like
Yeah.
taking the risk of getting putting their family in danger in order to help these revolutionaries without involving her, without warning her, and all that sort of stuff. So I thought there was going to be an interesting conflict between, doing the right thing in quotes on a sort of broad societal scale versus like doing the right thing for your family, and we'd sort of explore the tension between those two things, right?
Yeah,
That's what
well,
I
yeah,
thought
I
was
thought
going
we
to
were gonna
happen.
do that, and like there would be some conflict about like because she starts looking to try to get him out, and she has no access to any of her money because it's all under his name, and because there's no official cause of death, she can't access any of her resources, and she's been out of the job market for a while. So like, not only has she been arrested, and so she has this like mark against her, but her daughter does. Like the oldest daughter is in London, and like she's been being pressed by foreign, like the CIA of Brazil.
Hmm.
I thought there was going to be a little bit of conflict about like how do they keep that life up? Like, does she inform her children about what has been happening? Like, how does
Yeah.
she handle the legacy of their father? Like, and the sort of like of what ended up happening, like, and then it just what it ends up doing is telling us what she's gonna do as a result, and then fast forwarding through it all.
Yeah, to a large degree, that's what happens in the especially the last third. But I think some of that starts to creep in around the halfway point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a real missed opportunity to explore that. As Georges Rex asks, what does she think about the furtive rendezvous and past envelopes if they weren't the revolutionaries? People come over to their house all the time because they're sort of very prominent family in the sort of higher, let's say, liberal society of Rio de Janeiro at the time. People are always coming over the house. He's always getting calls. He's very connected in the community. He has lots of friends.
He's
People
also
are coming.
working on a couple of big architecture. Like he's a
Yes.
retired congressman. He's an
Hmm.
architect, and he's working on a couple of huge projects. One of which is like building his family a new estate, essentially on a different in
Yes.
a different part of town. But he's
And
got
so,
a
like,
couple of projects going. So like when she asks him, which she does like once or twice, he basically just brushes. He's like, "Oh, it's art, like a thing for one of the projects. No big deal. I
mhm,
just had like working late a little bit. It's plans. It's this. It's
yeah,
authorizations." Which makes like when you hear it, you're like, "Yeah, that could be right." Like it's
he plays
plausible.
it off. It's plausible. He plays it off well, and I think it's totally believable and not really any sort of negative reflection of her intelligence that she doesn't see it. Because there's only a couple little glimpses, and like the most suspicious one, because a lot of it is just he's getting calls a lot. people asking for him. There's nothing really especially weird about that. Um, but the most suspicious one, and this only happens once, and it's not long before he actually gets nabbed, is in the middle of the night. They're playing games or something like that. They're eating dinner, whatever it is. I can't remember. And then there's like a knock at the door, and she's like, "Who's here so late?" And he's like, I'll go figure it out." And she kind of sees him open the door. Someone's there. He hands an envelope, and he's like, "Hey, thanks. Yeah, and like I'll see you tomorrow, whatever." And that's it. And it's like, oh, like that could be a number of different things. I don't think the only thing to conclude is that he's actually exchanging letters and or money to go aid and abet the revolutionaries, because none of that talk is done in the open. There's some talks he has with the dad, that is, talks that he has with other people about like whether we should leave or what's going to happen when this blows over, and what, that sort of stuff. But it's all kind of vague. Not a lot of it is done in sort of polite company, if you will. And so I think it's totally reasonable that she doesn't know this, doesn't see it coming. And there's like little hints that maybe she feels a certain kind of way about him getting them involved in all of this without telling her, without warning her. There's one scene in particular that I like. This is in the second half of the movie, where she's talking to one of her husband's friends who's still around, and she asks him about it, and he's like, "Oh, he was just involved in architectural projects and stuff like that." And she's like, "You can tell, like, don't lie to me. Like, don't do that. Like, I got taken to these camps, or not camps, but the sort of barracks where they're torturing people and holding them illegally to get information. Like, I've been there. I know something's going on. You can just tell me. I think I deserve to know what he was up to." And that's when he tells them, like, me and some of the other guys, we've been helping the cause in different ways. Sometimes it's giving people a place to stay. Sometimes it's sending money. Sometimes it's helping to get letters to people who don't get news and stuff like that. Sometimes it's talking to the foreign press to try and change public opinion internationally, right?
Yeah, where it's like helping the families of some of the people who like have gone missing, are hiding in Chile, to like understand, like figure out what happened to their, missing family members. Also, you said tortured in a barracks. Just want to remind everybody real quick. Like you said, tortured in a barracks, Jamie. But like, look at this. This is on the left. You'll see a view from her cell, and on the right you'll see like a community center in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. They put her up in some pretty nice digs, I would say.
It's pretty nice, actually. It invites sort of independent
free thought, freedom of identity. Yeah. I don't see what the problem. I don't know what all the complaining about is is for. What's all the bitching?
Yeah, what's the big deal, bro? This is how they should design the community center.
Maybe you're just anti-Semitic and you hate Jews. If you were tortured by being put in this room.
Yeah, pretty funny that his community center resembles the place where a character gets tortured in one of the other nominees. That's pretty funny. Yes, so she has the scene where she's talking to the guy, and he describes what they've been up to in terms of helping the sort of counter-revolutionary cause. And she said, and then she goes, "Okay, so I see." And and none of the wives were told because you're trying to protect us. Is that it? And he goes, "Yes, of course." And she's like, "All right, well, I have to go." And she's like, "Well," he's like, "Hey, well, come to the party, come see everyone. They'll be glad to see you." This is after she gets out of the prison where she's being held. Once they realize that she doesn't actually have any information, she's let go. And she's talking to this guy. And he's like, "Hey, well, come by. Everyone wants to see you." And she's like, "No, I have too many kids to raise." And it's like ooh. That's I thought we were going down that road.
Yeah, like he had 5 children and no contingency plan.
And he didn't tell her or warn her what he was doing. He, is doing something really, really dangerous. And maybe it's the right thing to do, but I thought there could be an interesting conflict there, and we can explore, what duty you have to your country versus your family, and how, like all that sort of stuff. But we don't really do that, because from then on, she's just kind of all on board, in on the cause. And it's not hard to understand why she's in on the cause, but it's just like, we missed a lot of opportunity for a story.
Yeah.
Like a strong story. so much we could have done there because
Well, and, like, all
she
on board
seemed,
and in on the cause looks a little odd, right? Like from what we see,
yeah.
because it's like all on board is she believes her husband's still alive and she wants to free him, and so like there's a couple of scenes where she starts the legal process of finding out where he is, and they keep like stonewalling her. She has a little moment where one of them kills the family dog, and she freaks out and like yells at them, like, what the fuck do you want
That
from
was a
us?
that was a totally superfluous scene in
Yeah,
my
like that, but then
opinion.
like she finds out like essentially like after two scenes of trying to figure out like what happened, she gets proof that he was arrested, and then immediately finds out that he's probably dead.
Yeah.
And it's just like
So
it's a little yeah.
it's just kind of I don't know. It's disappointing because I wanted more. I wanted more of that mining of that vein. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
I wanted the back half of this movie. Okay, because the back half of this movie is like, okay, she gets let out because she didn't have any information. She's eventually let out. She's reunited with her family. There's a real. I really like all the moments where she's reunited with her
yeah,
children.
yeah,
That's really effective, really touching. They really get you, right? And then now it's a matter of like, well, what happened to my husband? Is he still alive? We still don't know anything. Part of the conflict revolves around the fact that the government is denying that they even arrested him. So there's like she's trying to find proof that he was definitely arrested, right?
yeah,
And so there's like because they don't even know that. So they're trying to find proof that he was actually arrested. And then eventually the conflict sort of turns into like, well, we have reason to think he's been killed by the regime, but we don't want, I think it would be better if we still acted like he was still alive in terms of asking him in order to force them to admit it. Like, I don't, it gets kind
yeah.
of
That's
strange.
just where it starts to get kind of murky, because I don't understand why do you need to keep going like. So the regime is basically like this is a weird thing, a little bit like the Gulag Archipelago thing, is like we know they're lying, they know we know they're lying,
Yeah.
and they're lying anyway, kind of thing.
Hmm.
And it's a little bit tricky for me to kind of piece together. I'm like, so why do we need to pretend to believe that he's still alive? Like we've got it confirmed he's probably dead. He's most likely been killed. His body's been dumped somewhere.
Hmm.
We need to keep pretending like he's alive so that eventually maybe we can get them to admit that he's not, even though we're reasonably sure that he isn't, and we can probably just like move forward. And that's
Yeah.
sort of like, and that's sort of what happens is like she starts making plans for moving forward, but like, and I thought there was going to be more of like the conflict with her, between her and the children, where like she finds out that he's probably dead and the kids don't want to believe it, and so they kind of like, there's a little bit of that with her and the second oldest daughter, not the oldest because the oldest is in London for most of the movie, but like there's a little bit of conflict between her and the second oldest daughter, who also got arrested, about how like, wait, why are we leaving? What if dad comes back? And like, because she basically announces like, we're leaving Rio, we're going to stay with, you know, grandma and grandpa in the other city in Brazil, Sao Paulo. And
Hmm.
her daughter is like, why would we do that? What if dad is released and comes
Yeah.
back here and we're not here? Like, what, and what's going on? And the movie doesn't do much with that. Like it kind of, that's a
We don't
scene.
really, we never really get to see her have those conversations with the kids where she finally comes clean and like tells them. You know, she just kind of like holds on to that for a really long time. Really quick, Wasserman says, assuming I read your comment correctly, you're saying like as someone whose great granddad was disappeared like that, like we're not saying that it doesn't make sense why she would try to find out where he is.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not what I'm intending to
No,
say. No.
of course she wants to find out where he is. I think there's a missed opportunity for a bit of drama in the conflict over whether he was right to like not tell her what he was doing for the cause and the jeopardy it put his family in. Like I would, they sort of hint at maybe that she's going to feel kind of conflicted about obviously wanting to find him and obviously being upset with him for getting him involved and all, like getting them all involved in this and putting them at risk. But because the other thing that you mentioned is that someone else mentioned in the chat, like he finds out, she finally gets told that yes, he was involved in this sort of revolutionary activities, and we didn't tell you because we wanted to protect you. And it's like, well, then now she's kind of doing a lot of stuff publicly to try and find out where he is, to try and find proof that he disappeared. And she's like actively working with the people who are still involved in some of these efforts, like sending money and news to the people in Chile and trying to talk internationally to the press to change public opinion of what's happening in Brazil and all that. And it's like, well, now she's involved in it. So I guess the movie is like, well, you tried to keep her out, but now she's involved, right? But I just thought we had an opportunity for something interesting there.
Yeah, I figured there would be more conflict between like maybe she doesn't like. Yeah, she wants to find him, obviously, right? And she does. Like, I liked the parts where she starts going and trying to, she gets her lawyer involved and she pulls a trick where she tells them that he's diabetic and he needs this medicine, so they should tell her where he is. But we only get one scene of her really trying to find him, like going through any processes to try to find out what happened to him until like we get a few of her, managing the family and trying to, keep her kids hopeful, right? But almost immediately, like a couple scenes after all of this, that she's finding out that he's probably dead and they need to pretend to keep looking so that maybe they'll admit eventually that he is dead. And that's sort of, and the movie then fast forwards beyond that, like it jumps from there to
Not
she's
immediately, but yeah,
not
because
immediately, yeah.
then it's like, okay, well, if he's almost certainly dead, then I should start moving on with my life. We're gonna move to Sao Paulo, and we're going to abandon his plans to build a big giant house here. And she tells the kids like, "Hey, we're moving to Sao Paulo. Pack up your things." And they're like, "What? But what if Dad comes back?" And she's just like, "We're moving." And then constantly when the older daughter who was in London comes back, she's always hiding things from the kids in terms of the worst things about what's like she's turning off the television so that they don't hear the news reports about what's and the radio for that matter as well about the Swedish ambassador who's being kidnapped and all that sort of stuff. She's hiding the worst of it from them. And so you might think, okay, eventually she's going to have to tell them and that will be a source of drama too, right?
Or even that like all of the things that she starts doing, like once she figures out that her husband is probably dead, she immediately kind of starts being like, all right, no more house. We're not going to do the house anymore. So she pulls up all the stakes. And then she says, I'm going to go back to college and we're moving to a new town. And we're like our whole life is about to be uprooted and changed. And I think like the moment where the daughter who was also arrested says to her, like, what if he comes back and we're not here? I think that's supposed to be the moment where the oldest daughter realizes, really that he is dead. Like that she knows he's dead and they're moving forward. But I figured that there would be some conflict about that, right? Like if the kids still believe that he's there or alive somewhere out there, why has she now suddenly decided to uproot them and move them to a new city where she can't be actively involved in looking for them? So
Yeah.
that I hope that kind of explains it a little bit. Like we're not saying that like it's not believable that she would go and look. We're saying that the movie doesn't do much with that as a vehicle for drama in the back half. It's done very quickly, and then this is where it's where it starts to sort of peter out into kind of just like,
and then what it peters out into, and then what happened in the rest of her life?
yeah, exactly.
It's that thing that happens at the end of a lot of movies based on true stories where they went on to do this, except we show what they went on to do by jumping forward in time. It's like, oh, she got her degree and now she's a lawyer that advocates for indigenous land rights in Brazil. And it's like, okay, cool, I guess. I'm happy for you.
And then yeah,
What does this have to do with the central story?
and in the middle of it, in the middle of a lecture on that, she finally gets a call that they've got his death certificate. You know, like
Mhm.
and then that's over. And then we jump again 24 more years
And
into the
now she's in a
future, and now she's
wheelchair
in a
and she's
wheelchair
got
and she can't
Alzheimer's.
speak and she has Alzheimer's. So it's like that's the part that we take issue with. Basically, it's like they
Yeah.
didn't do enough with what you were saying, right? Like it wasn't there wasn't, and that's probably because it is based on a true story written by a son who was very young at the time that this happened, so he probably was not aware of all of it. And but it's not from the son's perspective in the movie, even though it's entirely based on a work that is from the son's, from what I understand anyway, that comes from the son's perspective. So it's a little bit of a strange adaptation. It's like a weird framing device, you know, to do that, like to make it the mom's story as told by the son who isn't full, like it feels like he's not fully aware of everything that she was doing. So
Yeah, I don't think we ever see the son learn what happened.
yeah, and so like if it might be, I did get the feeling, Wasserman. So you said, I wonder if this is more for internal consumption in country where you don't have to explain in depth why and how people would behave.
I
Yeah,
don't
maybe,
well,
especially at the end, I got the feeling that it was like, this is the story that you all know. Because, like, when the son shows up
yeah.
in a wheelchair at the end, I was like,
Mhm.
what the fuck? Like, wait, when did that happen? And then they kind of talk, like, he's signing a book. And I'm like, oh, he's an author now? Is this entirely a true story? And then I was like, oh, yeah, no, it is. It's based on his life, his father's and his mother's
Yeah.
life. I was like, oh, okay, so this feels like you know this famous guy, and this is the story of like this is his famous guy origin story, and
Well,
now we're seeing like the version of him that kind of in the back half, but like we don't get a lot of that at all. Like
it's so it all seems very sort of disconnected and not like a strong unified narrative for the whole
yeah,
movie. And so I that in that respect, I don't think that you can tie that to like, oh, well, it's not, like it's not trying to explain itself to audiences. Like I don't think there's anything about from a country where a lot of these disappearances happened that justifies or explains away how the second half of the story has actually very little narrative thrust through it. Like this is a true story, and then but the strength of the story is all in the first half. And the second half is just like, and here's how that resolved eventually, kind of, and then now she has Alzheimer's, and so it feels more like a like this is probably a famous story in Brazil. These people, so it's like she went on to be like a lawyer for indigenous land rights, and it's like, okay, that's interesting. That's the kind of like mildly interesting factoid that I would expect to see in the black and white or in the text at the end of the movie, not as a whole chunk of the movie that has kind of squandered the ability for a more interesting story. But like, I don't know, it's hard to say how you fix it without changing what really happened. You know what I
yeah, well,
mean? It's
yeah, and
just
I don't know. So here's the thing: is like I don't know well enough what really happened here, right? I don't. There has to be something kind of interesting in that in between part that we time skip over, right? Like there has to be something interesting that these characters,
well,
some
here's the
interesting
place
action that these characters took towards finding their father, as a
well, it
result
doesn't
of
even need to be
this.
finding their father. It can be like because a big part of the movie is what she keeps from the children and what she tells them and what she doesn't. Like, I feel like we never really got the scene where she does eventually tell them once they're older what happened. We fast forward and we just assume they know.
Well, they talk about when was the first time you realized, and it's like, oh, I realized a year and a half later when mom was donating all his clothes, and the girl goes, "Well, really? I realized as soon as we left the house in Rio." And I'm like, I really kind of wish we would have seen the kids coming to terms, like, like,
Yeah.
you could have ended it maybe with the first time each of the kids especially the younger ones, realized what had
Yeah.
happened, like, you could have kept it going a little bit in um the new city,
Yeah. Sao Paulo.
yeah, in Sao Paulo, a little bit about like what their lives looked like there. We just we they leave the house in Rio, and we just jump straight to the dictatorship has fallen, and now she's a lawyer advocating for indigenous land rights, trying to prevent a highway being like built through the Amazon, and then she gets a phone call that the deaths. So it's more just like, yeah, none of the characters from the beginning of the movie really like, half of the children disappear in the later half of the movie until right at the very end, when all they kind of do is talk about how, yeah, mom's sometimes there and sometimes not, right? And we don't even know that she has Alzheimer's until the credits, like
Yeah.
at the
We just
end roll, basically.
they talk about her like having good days and bad days, which is how you would tend to talk about people like that, but like they don't say it explicitly. So we don't know it until the very end. It's like, oh, okay. I feel like there was an opportunity there for
Yeah.
storytelling. And like there are some nice things in the back half. Like for example, there's a scene where she's out with all her kids at some place getting ice cream, and she's kind of looking around and she sees a whole bunch of smiling, happy families, and she is sad about it. Like that sounds reductive, but it's just a nice little moment,
It is a
you
really
know.
good moment, yeah. And like one
And
of the okay, and so one of the daughters catches her looking at them,
mhm,
and is like, kind of like, you can kind of tell, 'cause she's playing hangman with the rest of them, and she kind of catches her mom, like, because it's her mom's turn, and she's not doing anything, and the daughter kind of catches her eye and like looks at what she's looking at, and then goes back to the hangman. But like, we don't really get to feel the weight of that on that daughter. We don't get to feel the
no.
moment where she donates the father's clothes, and the son sees her doing it and realizes that his dad is dead, and that
Mhm.
it's like hope is basically lost. We don't get to see
Oh, here's
any of
another
those other
weird thing.
moments.
At one point, like a newspaper, an international newspaper, wants a photo of them because a big part of this movie, even though it ultimately kind of goes nowhere in the actual narrative of the movie, is the fact that them and their allies have been talking to the press internationally, where information, like internationally, it's commonly understood, even though if they don't have all the answers, that the regime probably murdered their dad, right? That they disappeared him. Like this is common. This is being reported on openly in the press abroad, but
Yeah.
not in
And we learn that
not
through
in
the oldest daughter, who's living in London and then comes back.
Yes, and so the newspaper wants a photo of their family for a story about that, right? And so they come to take their photo, and they're like, "Hey, can we do one where you guys aren't smiling?" And then she's like, "What?" And it's like a bit more serious for the photo, like for the narrative of what they're trying to do with this article. And then she's like, "No, we should smile." And so they smile instead. And I'm like, I don't know what to make of that scene
Yeah, like, the
ultimately in
only
the
thing that I
grand
could
scheme
think
of
of is
things.
like, oh, she doesn't want to show, like, she doesn't want to show that she's a victim, or like she doesn't want to give the regime the, the satisfaction of seeing how broken they are, like she wants them to know she's alive and doing well,
Yeah, but
right? Like,
that doesn't really make sense because when she's talking to the reporter afterwards for the article, the same article,
that's when
she's
she's,
telling
yeah. Yeah.
she's telling them all the horrible things they did, and she's very serious and somber about it. So someone says this sounds very pretentious. It's not pretentious. It's just
It's
it
it's
kind of
it just it doesn't
tripped
have a
over
good
itself.
end. Yeah, it trips over itself. It doesn't really have an ending. Not one that is like narratively satisfying given everything that gets built up in the first half. And
Yeah.
the reason, I'm sure, is because it's trying to be an accurate representation of what happened, and like it wasn't a particularly narratively satisfying. It was probably messy and complicated and
Hmm.
very confusing, and something like that the guy who wrote it, the son of this man who was vanished essentially, is grappling with to this day. You know, like how
Yeah.
like it's there's probably not much that he can take away from it. And like they're trying to be accurate to that, and I can respect that. But like it just doesn't make for a particularly interesting ending to the movie. It
Especially because like the part okay, so the family is moving away and they're very sad about it, and this is kind of the moment where you go like, oh, it's becoming obvious that she's giving up on him coming home because she's literally moving the family away, right?
yeah.
And so you could show a little bit of the kids sort of realizing the weight of that, and you could end the movie there,
Yeah.
honestly,
You like
because
with them
ev-
leaving, and then you could do the like time jump afterward, right?
yes, then you can do the time jump in text on screen because everything that happens after this could just be text on screen. I don't find any of it especially worthwhile. Like I like
Yeah.
seeing that
Seeing the
she's
death
a
certificate bit does not, and that she's a lawyer, and like that doesn't
seeing
do
her
much.
lecturing
Yeah.
about indigenous rights in the jungle that doesn't really follow on from the main story. Seeing that now the son is an author and he's in a wheelchair for reasons that I don't remember if we even
He had an
specify.
accident, and yeah, like, and now he's paralyzed, you know, like so that's a throwaway line from somebody who asks him to autograph the book, right?
Mhm.
um we hear like eventually, like then he has his own kid, right? And then we hear that she has Alzheimer's in the credits at the end, right? And she's with her like, so she lived to 89. It's just, yeah, it could have like, you're right, it could have, we could, if we had gotten a little bit of like the kids recognize, give us a little, like, maybe it wasn't true, right? But give us
Yeah.
a little fictionalized bit where the kids recognize that because they're leaving, she's probably given up hope, and then
Yeah.
like have a conflict moment with them at the end where they all have to sort of like come together as a family, and then have them leave and go to Sao Paulo, and then give
Mhm.
us everything that happens in the last 20 minutes of the movie as on-screen text, which you already do anyway. So it's like the
Yeah,
on-screen
that would
text at
be
the end
better.
reiterates everything that happens in the last 20 minutes. That would be better. That
Yeah.
actually might make it pretty good. That might crack it into the
Yeah.
top 3 of these movies for me if you did that
Because
instead.
the first half it's not pretentious. It's
But it's
subtle and well
horrifying.
executed and effective, very effective. But that is the story. And then all of the messy bits after that isn't one unified story. It just isn't. And
Yeah.
that's how life goes sometimes. It's a bunch of little stories, but they don't all tie together. And option one would be to fictionalize things so it has a more conclusive ending. Doesn't even need to be a happy ending, but a more conclusive one. Option number two is you just end the movie before jumping forward in time, just to give us a tiny little bit more recognition of like, damn, this kind of just this whole ordeal kind of destroyed the family and maybe we'll be able to recover, but it's going to be rough, like, and then the movie ends. Like that would be a kind of a very melancholy ending, but it would be better than what they did for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just it's not especially satisfying, especially because it's not the back half isn't I'm looking until finally I just have to face facts and come to terms with it. When because that's another angle you could take, right?
Yeah.
Like she's just like, no, I'm looking, I'm not going to give up hope, and then eventually she just has to and try to move forward, and that's the end. Instead, she's looking. They say he's probably dead, and she's like, okay, time to move uproot, time to
Yeah,
move
and
on.
then we jump forward and she's a lawyer, and then we jump forward again and she's an
Well,
Alzheimer's
yeah,
patient. Like that, like that's that, I really want, like, I just want to make sure that we drive that bit home, right? That it's like it does not it does not stick the ending, like even as it is now, it doesn't stick it. And then it continues on past its time, basically, to give us a bunch of extraneous information that is sort of like, it feels to me like Easter eggs for people who know the story, and then ends. with more like, with text explaining what happened, right?
The best thing you could say in defense of the very last scene or sequence in the movie is that like now, even though she's elderly and maybe she's not all there all the time because she has Alzheimer's, her family seems happy and idyllic, a bit more like how it started the movie. And so like ultimately there is kind of a hope, for the future of the family, right? Like
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
best you could
that's the
say.
best you could say. I mean, like Georgius Rex is saying, imagine if this were about occupied France and the back half is about the main character returning to his job as a bicycle repairman after the Germans leave. I mean, like honestly though, I wouldn't mind seeing something like that. Like where if we have a 2-act movie or a 2-act structure, or like like 1 act, 2-act, big intermission in the middle, occupied Germany, and then in the second bit we time jump ahead, and it's him trying to like move forward, go back to his life. I don't think
Yeah.
that would be a like, yeah.
I
Uh,
mean, there's potential there, but there are things you need to do to ensure that the second half isn't a loose, disconnected series of vignettes that ultimately don't tie into the central theme. It all still needs to feel like one story, and so
yeah,
that's a writing challenge, if you will. That like there's like a whole like a big, obviously monumental conflict in the first half of the movie, and the second half is all just about how you pick up the pieces. Like you can do that; it's possible, but it's a challenge because you really have to make the second half and the
yeah.
first half feel like one thing.
So yeah, Wasserman is like, but it's about her that she went on living and become something else, as I understood it from your review. It is, but it doesn't do that part where she goes on living and becomes something else in a satisfying way that ties into
No,
the first half. Do you
no,
see what
because
we're
she just
saying?
we fast forward and now she's a lawyer and it's like, oh, good for her, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't. If it had done that in a better way, that would have been fine, right? Like that could have worked. You could have made it happen.
Hmm.
It would have been tricky, I think, especially given the time jump, but it doesn't do that very well. Is that, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the her moving on with her life and becoming something, going back to school, becoming a lawyer, and all that sort of stuff. Like for that to be the conclusion to a good story, that needs to follow on from things in the first half and not be completely unrelated from it. Which is essentially what happens here. The only real thing that relates there really is a general vague sense of wanting to do the right thing in terms of justice and the fact that they're the same character. Otherwise,
They feel
it's
very well. It's like she is a different person by that point, right? But we don't get a chance to really feel it, you know?
no, we don't really feel it. No, because
Yeah.
we just jump ahead and now that's the case, and we jump ahead again. Oh, and she has Alzheimer's, and it's like, oh, okay.
It could have been, and it
Um,
could have been an interesting thing. Like she has, changed, and the country has changed, right? And she's like, she's become a lawyer. She's, very successful, and she's doing something different now, right? She's not advocating to try to file, but then she gets the death certificate, and then things sort of like, come back to her a little bit, right? It
yeah,
could have been something as simple as that. Like that could have been interesting to see, but we don't get to see that. Like
yeah.
it's just, yeah, it just doesn't end well, and that's, I mean, it's always the tough thing to do, to really like conclude the whole thing, but as it is, it's just like it was really promising for the first half of the movie, and
Yeah.
it was I would say it's a little bit of a letdown. It's still, the first half is really good.
I agree.
I would probably like, I would recommend it to, if you are interested in this kind of story. I would recommend it. I don't think it is a like all-time great, you know?
No, definitely not.
Yeah,
But
it's a shame.
there's a lot to like about it, especially in the first half. So it clears a number of the movies we've talked about easily.
Yeah.
But
I mean, for me, it
but
settles right into the fourth spot. It is the number
yeah.
4 out of 10 on this list for me, pretty easily, after the others.
Yeah, we'll get to the rating a bit at the end. But none of your business. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says, hey, Won't be able to stick around live, but looking forward to watching this later. Love the community center versus prison cell comparison. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It is pretty funny that the movie thinks that makes a good community center. It looks like a place where you torture someone. Anyway.
The wife of a subversive. Yeah.
So like Trayvon Washington says she should have gotten some life advice from Johnny Cash, and that would have helped turn it around for her. You know what? Maybe I should just do whatever I want. Rock
Yeah.
and roll.
Rock and roll, bro. Drive drunk. Play that electric guitar, Bob Dylan.
Don't listen to them. Do whatever you want all the time, forever. All right. So
well, that is I'm Still Here. And now we're on
still here.
to the other one.
Nickel Boys.
The last of them. We're here. We finally made it.
The Nickel Boys are back in town.
Can I just say real like before we get started, there's a scene in this movie where the main character picks up a penny and Nikki looked at me dead in the eye and went, "That's not a nickel. This movie lied."
I did. I was like, why isn't it a nickel? the movie is called
I
Nickel
just thought that
Boys.
was really funny.
Nickel, it's called Why Is It a Penny? That's a plot hole.
Yeah, big, huge plot hole. What did you think about Nickel Boys, Jamie?
Okay, first question is is Nickel Boys another America Bad movie? Sort of, and not for no reason, because this is based on a true story. It's a slightly fictionalized version of a true story, but the true story is horrendous.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. This
like,
this is one of those America Bad ones that it's like maybe.
Well, the movie itself is actually not super like, well, America is irredeemably awful because of this. It's just this is a story about a really horrible thing that happened, and it's
in
like
America,
yikes.
yeah.
Yikes, and it sounds pretty horrible. So, yeah, Nickel Boys. Let's talk about it, but let's general thoughts before we spoil it. I think Nickel Boys is all right. I think it's probably one of the better movies on the list of nominees. Maybe even number 3. It's not great, but there's good stuff in here. I think I realized after watching this movie that this is based on a true story. It's based on a book called Nickel Boys, which is itself a fictionalized account of a real thing that happened at a school that is not called the Nickel Academy. The real life one, I believe, is called the Dozier School, or Dozier, however you pronounce that. A real reform school in Florida where horrible things happened. Very corrupt, very abusive things happened, right?
Yeah, well, some murders happened.
Yeah, well, yeah, to say the very least. So this is a ever so slightly fictionalized account of that. Obviously, these are fictional characters with, fictional stories, but the things that happened are very much derived from the real world event that inspired it. After watching this movie, like I said, it is one of the better movies on the list, but I still don't think it's great. And ultimately, I would rather see a documentary about the real school. Personally, I think when it's all said and done, I would just have rather seen a documentary about the real story, because I think the worst part of this movie is the filmmaking and how it's telling this story. It's so kind of thin and just vignette after vignette after vignette that it gets to the point where it's almost too subtle for its own good, and it's almost it tells you or implies things instead of showing them, to the point of frustration where I'm like, no, I really wish I could have watched that scene that you just implied instead. And there's okay, so the big thing to know about this movie that you'll likely have seen from the trailer playing is that almost the entire movie is shot in point of view. There are 2 point of views that it swaps back and forth between, two central characters, 2 boys that are both trapped at this reform school. And we jump back and forth between their perspectives. Once our main character that we start with gets to the school, we jump back and forth between them. and then there's a future timeline that we'll talk more in depth about, but almost the entirety of the movie is shot in point of view. So when characters are looking at our point of view character, they're looking straight down the barrel of the lens, and they're having whole scenes, whole sequences, almost the entire movie in this sort of point of view style. It's bold. I don't think it's super effective for telling this story, though. I think the gimmick, if you will, is quite distracting, and I don't think it's better than just shooting it like a normal movie. I think that was kind of a mistake. I find it more distracting than I do elevating of the material here. Overall, I think it is a pretty good movie. Kind of hard to watch because it's very heavy and traumatic. A lot of
Yeah.
horrible things happen. Ultimately, I think it's maybe a little too artsy for its own good, but it is a good story. I would have preferred a documentary. Overall, I give it a very tentative thumbs up. Like, it's worth watching, but it's not the best movie I've seen.
I
I
agree
will probably
with pretty much everything, except that, like, now here's the thing. I'm torn because I would like to see a documentary about this particular incident. However, this movie's ending is really fucking good.
yeah.
And
Oh, it's very good.
I don't think you can get that without the fictionalized account. So
Sure.
I would say that, like, maybe if it was a little less vignette and a little more just like overall coherent, if it I totally agree with you that the subtlety is annoying. Like, it is so subtle to the point of, like, actual frustration. But the ending, I loved the ending, and I would recommend it. I say pretty good. Tentative thumbs up as well. If you are looking for something to watch, I saw Hossman's Lounge in there asking. I would recommend this over I'm Still Here. I would say watch
I
this and
I think so too. And if it was just the first half of I'm Still Here, that would easily clear this movie.
yeah,
But the ending of that last one is kind of a letdown. This has a strong ending. Actually, this movie is kind of it flits about and feels meandering, and then eventually it all kind of comes together at the end. And I'm like, oh, okay. I feel like the ending justifies a lot of it. It's still a bit too long. I
yeah.
still think the first person POV camera work is a distracting gimmick that is not helping the story ultimately. But I do agree that the ending is worthwhile in terms of the storytelling that
Yeah,
you couldn't do just from the documentary.
the ending to the narrative, I want to be clear, not the ending sequence. The ending sequence actually does get kind of annoying by the end of it. It goes on.
Yeah,
It's like
a
a
little bit.
collage edit. It goes on too long. But the ending to the story itself is really strong, and it does justify some of what we see in the some of the filmmaking gimmicks that they use do get justified by the way they have the end, like, by the ending. So
I'm curious what you think about what you're talking about. We'll get to it because
yeah,
I don't
yeah, we
know. I
will.
don't know if I agree, but we'll see.
Roku
Um,
Travion wants to know, is this movie funnier than Precious? No,
this movie's not
no,
funny.
not funny.
Not trying to be funny. Not ironically funny. This is a heavy movie. This is quite a bit different than Precious. Uh,
His Precious
Daily
Precious is pretty fucking funny. I gotta admit.
Daily Dose. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says it's 2025. They're called African American children. Yes, nickel boys. Bit of an outdated term. We're gonna use it because that's what the source material says. No. Um. Yes. So this is a movie I would kind of give a tepid recommendation for. I think it's worth watching. But if you miss it, you're not missing anything especially groundbreaking or like super profound. I think this is just a perfectly fine movie. There's some things about it that frustrate me, but it's a good story, and I think the story is worth telling. I think the filmmaking is kind of doing itself a bit of a disservice from time to time, but it is one of the better movies on the list. So if you don't want it spoiled and you don't want the ending, I think we might try to avoid spoiling the actual twist at the end, regardless, but we will spoil most of the movie. So if you want to check it out, go do that. Uh, Otherwise, we're going to keep talking about it as soon as Hugh gets back. So, yes, POV is in first person, except for a couple shots that we'll talk about. We're always in the first person perspective of one of two characters. Now, it is not as kind of nauseating to watch as something like if you just strapped a GoPro on someone's head. The camera movement is a bit more deliberate, and so it's not super nauseating to watch. Like the camera doesn't move around the way someone's head actually does in real life. They've kind of simplified the movements, so it's a little easier to watch. Um, but I still think a lot of the camera work is kind of distracting, especially in the shallow depth of field and the focus pulling. I don't think the focus puller did a very good job on this movie. I'm sorry to say. There are a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of
no.
scenes where like so much of the frame is just out of focus, and I find it quite distracting. And there are some moments where the filmmaking in terms of the first personness is a little distracting in the way that like Hugh, I was just saying that the camera work is like it has been simplified and streamlined. It's not like you just strapped a GoPro to someone's head, so it's not quite as nauseating as it could
Yeah.
be. But there are still moments that are like distracting in terms of the focus and the way the camera's moving that don't really feel like someone's looking around. There are moments where I'm like, I feel like the character probably would have turned to look at this point, but they don't. So like, little things like that, I think, are distracting from the point of
Yeah,
the
I would agree
movie.
with that. I mean, like, I think it's unique. I mean, obviously, I've never seen a movie shot like a full feature shot this way before. Um,
Yeah.
I don't. Once you get into it, like, I think the scene that we're like the scene that was just on the screen of the two of them in the hospital together. I think that sort of helped me like find that's now granted that happens like halfway through the movie, but I think that is sort of one of the like points where I was like, oh, okay, I think I see what we're doing here. Like I okay, I see how this can work.
Are
Um,
you referring to like when they cut shot reverse shot from the two
yeah,
POVs?
yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
was like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. That works okay. In a lot of other instances, I don't think it is. I don't think it's working all the time. Is basically what
No.
I'm getting at. I think in a
I find
lot.
it mostly distracting. I'm distracted by it.
Yeah, no, I would agree with
Um
that.
I did I contemplated not ruining the twist, but a lot of people seem like they're
Now
not
we'll
really
ruin it
interested in checking that, so we'll ruin it. Yeah. So you
because
can
I have to justify why I think some of the filmmaking techniques are neat.
true, we do
Yeah,
right. Okay, we do have to do that. So
we doing that now?
well, now we're gonna jump into the story from the
Okay.
beginning. But um, this is a series of vignettes for a lot of the movie, so get ready for that. The first thing we see is like this movie takes place in Florida, so we see oranges on a tree and we see the kid laying in the grass, looking up at the oranges, looking over at a leaf, just kid stuff, daydreaming. And then we see a lot of shots of like there are people over their house and they're playing cards and drinking and stuff like that. And then we see him looking up at his grandmother, who is the one who raised him, like decorating a tree while he's looking up from the floor. We see another kid playing on the jungle gym and he's looking up, like stuff like this. It's evoking a certain childlike daydreaming, but it does get a little on my nerves eventually because
Yeah, we're because it's not. So it's childlike daydreaming, but it's also like first memories of the character, and it's supposed to sort of be establishing who the character is, but it's not because he's a child, and it's not the one where like
Mhm.
this is not a child who's like none of the stuff that he's seeing really, apart from the scenes of his grandmother, uh, is like anything that's going to inform who he becomes later. Really?
Yeah, not really, no. Because
Yeah.
we will eventually learn that he's a particularly gifted student. He likes science fiction. He likes to read and stuff like that. and there are a couple little science fiction-y references and things that sort of imply that. Almost everything in this movie is implied rather than actually directly shown, and that gets kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Um, so it's like you do have to kind of lean forward and read a lot of things between the lines, which is sometimes I think that's almost a compliment I give the movie, but there is that it is bordering on not giving you enough information to actually sink your teeth into.
Well, so like I'll give chat the example, the prime example of this at the beginning anyway, is that so he is the main character Elwood is a gifted student, and he's growing up in Florida during essentially the peak of the civil rights movement,
Yeah.
1964. So, like, Martin Luther King is all over the place. He's hot stuff, big stuff going on with him, and his teacher, like Elwood, is ripe at the ripe age of getting involved and going out and getting to college. Wants to be involved with it, wants to do the civil protests and disobedience. And his grandmother's a little hesitant, but his teacher sees a lot of potential in him and wants him to go to take community college courses as a 15-year-old. And so as he's going to his community college courses, like we see throughout the beginning of the movie, we see like him getting in a photo booth with a young, with his girlfriend, his first girlfriend, right? His first date. We see him, reading a comic book. We see him being introduced or like watching Martin Luther King on the TV. And then
Yeah.
he's walking to college and a KKK van comes driving by with a big cross on the back of the truck. And immediately in the wake of that, um, a really well dressed black man pulls up in a fancy car and offers him a ride up to the community. Well, not really up to the community college. What he says is, "Where are you going?" And he says, "I'm going to the community college." He goes, "Oh, I never heard of that. Get in." Which isn't
Yeah.
like it's like, wait, you're gonna do that? Like, I know you're like I know he's now I know he's a polite 15-year-old. He's calling him sir and everything, and the guy's kind of taken aback by that. But he doesn't even tell you he's gonna take you where you need to go. Like, I know this is the 60s and people were more trusting, but like I don't know. I'd have a hard time. I'd be like, well, if you're not going there, like don't worry. Like, you keep driving. But anyway, they get pulled over in this car, and the next thing we know, he's being like basically like it kind of they get pulled over. The cop pulls the driver out of the car. The grandmother gives a speech and offers up some cake, and the next thing we know, he's skyrimming in the back of a wagon, basically like, "Hey, you're finally awake. We're going to Nickel Academy," you know. And so what we don't see. So this is a POV movie from this main character's perspective, and what we don't see, everything that's happened off screen here is that guy driving the car presumably stole it and was
Definitely
arrested.
stole it.
They
Yeah.
stole it and was arrested. Elwood was convicted of being a party to the theft because he was in
Mhm.
the wrong place at the wrong time. And he had a lawyer. His grandmother had a lawyer and, did everything they could, but he was convicted of it and sent to a reform school because of it. And we don't see any of that from his POV. So that seems a little bit like a waste to me of the POV storytelling device to not even put the audience in the shoes of someone being unfairly convicted in like
Yeah.
it like that just
We
seems like a
just imply
huge
it instead
yeah.
of showing it. There's going to be a lot of that. Get used to that. The more I think about this movie again, I think I take back my tepid recommendation. It like because it is kind of frustrating to me, and its merits aside, I think the storytelling here is kind of frustrating is a good
It's
word
a
for it
bit, yeah,
because
disjointed and frustrating. I can understand. I mean, once it gets into the school, it kind of picks up a little bit. Like it becomes a little bit
yes,
easier. Like the vignette thing becomes a little more tolerable because we know what the conflict overall is, right? Like it's all tied
yes,
into, are they going to manage to get out, him and his only friend, right? And
yes,
like, is he going to survive it? So it becomes a little more tolerable once we're in there. They still they still imply just a little too, like they leave a little too much like off screen
Unsaid.
and
Yes.
unsaid, but it's more tolerable to sit through. And it is like,
Yeah, and I think the thing here with the things left unsaid, there's a lot like you can figure out what's happening, but it for a lot of these scenes, I'm like, I would have liked to see that though. I
yeah,
wanted to see that play
exactly.
out. I wanted to see that moment. It's not that I can't figure out what happened in between the cuts there and what you're implying by certain things. Sometimes the subtlety is actually quite nice. I like that. But I'm just like, oh, but I wanted to see him do that. Like, why wouldn't you show me that? I don't understand. That's one of the big examples because it's implied and it's implied, yeah, that the guy stole that car, and obviously he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, so he gets arrested for it, and as a result, he gets sent to a reform school that he doesn't belong at because he didn't actually do anything wrong. But there's no good way of proving that, and the sort of law and prejudice is kind of stacked against him at this point in time, right? So he's sent to a reform school. Now he's at the reform school, and you realize that the reform school is also segregated in the white and black half. And it seems like the implication of the movie is that neither the white half or the black half is a good place to be at all, but the black half is definitely worse.
Yeah.
Like it's still a sort of juvenile prison, essentially, kind of masquerading as a school. I would say it basically is a juvenile prison.
Yeah.
Um, and so they get there, and one of the first things they're told by the guy who actually played the main priest in Midnight Mass, I was like, who is that guy? That's who it is. He's one of the main forces of antagonism in the story. He's the guy in charge of all these kids, and by kids I mean some of them are sort of young adults who are maybe going off to college soon. Some of them look like they're 6-year-olds.
Yeah.
So it's quite a group, right? And he's like, everything will be fine here if you follow these rules. Like, see, there are different stages, right? Stage 4, that's where you are now. You're called grub. You're worthless, essentially. But then, then you can become an explorer, and then you can become a pioneer, and then finally you can become an ace. And aces are how you get out of here. Like, an ace does what he's told all the time, and he always says, yes, sir. And, very obedient and just kind of does whatever he's told to do, right? So like this is part of the whole drama of this story is regarding this reform school, and this is based on a real school that was horribly abusive to the point of like killing students and then just burying them in unmarked graves on the property.
And telling
That's
their parents or
that
anybody
they
who
ran
did
away.
happen to come looking for them that they ran away and, probably fell in the swamp, were eaten by alligators. There are a lot of sequences of alligators in this movie
Yes,
that
there's
are
some surreal images.
worthless. Like they do nothing
Yes.
for the story. Okay.
There's some dream sequences too, adding
Oh,
to the
that's right.
vignettiness.
That's what it is. Yeah, the fact of the vignettes kind of hurts my ability to comprehend which ones are dreams and which ones what is just like memories or like I don't, yeah, that's odd.
Yeah, we'll get to some of the surreal images as well. There's a lot of crocodile imagery and oranges, and also a mule. That one's a little more obvious what it's
Yeah.
meant to
Yeah.
represent. Um, but yes, this is based on a real school. I believe it's pronounced Dozier, Dozier school in
The Doja
Florida.
Cat School, yeah.
Yeah, and that was finally closed in, get ready for it, 2011.
Jesus.
Like it was open for a long time now. I think some of the worst stuff happened back in this era, but there were still reports of physical, mental, and even sexual abuse quite late in this school's history. It changed hands a number of different times in terms of who was actually owning and running it, but it seemed like it was a pretty horrible place to be. Now, in this era of the story, it's kind of the worst era. Like they were physically abusive as part of their plan to reform these horribly troubled kids, not spare the rod and all that sort of stuff. And some children died, and then they just told everyone that they ran away and buried them in unmarked graves on the property. That's a real thing that happened, and obviously this is a story about that. So it's intense and it's heavy in terms of the subject matter, and not in a way that feels obnoxious or preachy. It's just like, yeah, this is a thing that happened and it was fucking horrible,
Yeah.
you know? So it's understandable in terms of its subject matter and message why it was nominated for Best Picture, but not in a way that I would describe as undeserving. You know what I mean? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So they arrive at the school, and it's like a lot of scenes you've seen in the past of like someone who just arrives in prison. Like there's
I mean,
people who
like
are kind of hostile and aggressive. Yeah.
it feels very much like the opening of Skyrim. Like you're right. He's riding in a prison, like a prison wagon, essentially, and like it's POV, and they're driving him to, they're dropping him off where he belongs at his cell, right?
Did
Like
I say crocodiles? Because I meant alligators. Either way, doesn't matter. I'm talking about alligators.
yeah.
Go ahead,
I'm pretty
continue.
sure they're out. Yeah, no, like so it starts. It's very much like that. It's a little like Holes, There's a little of that going on with it too. It's a work camp for kids, essentially.
Mhm.
Um, and like he's too smart to be there. Is really like
And,
the
and and he's actually not a sort of like, criminal or miscreant or anything of the sort. So he doesn't belong there for a number of reasons. But yeah. So and also like he's too smart and he's kind of a dork. And there's some of the bullies there at the school that you know you can't sit with us, and they're making fun of him, and they're kind of like there's a couple scenes
city
where they're like kind
boy.
of bucking at him, like
Yeah,
so.
but while he's
Yeah,
there,
it's
he meets another city boy who has ended up here. From Houston, so sent to Florida all the way from Texas. Do we find out why he's there? I don't remember.
no, it's never said. I don't think.
Never even implied. Do we have any ideas?
Uh, I don't remember. It didn't stick with me. If they did imply it, they imply a lot of things. So,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
he did something to get here, and that can run the gamut of like actual criminality or just sort of like, you know,
Whistled at a white woman.
or truancy, like he skipped school too many times or whatever. You know what I mean? It could be any number of things. Not really said. So, yeah, he meets this other kid, and this is the first time the perspective flips. We see one scene at lunch and or breakfast that's all from our main character's point of view so far, and then we flip, and now we're from the other kid's point of view, and you go, "Oh, I guess we're doing that." Okay. It's like we're 36 minutes into the movie, and I'm like, "Oh, I didn't realize we are going to be jumping to someone else's perspective." That's a choice. And we see the same scene again. And this is the first time where I really had the thought, like, I think filming the movie like this was a mistake because because we finally get to see what our main character looks like in this scene because we're seeing him from the other kid's perspective. And when you see this other kid, the main kid, you're like, oh, he's a pretty good actor. Like when you can actually see him, he's pretty good. I find him to be pretty compelling, and he does a lot of interesting, subtle things. And especially the way he like averts his gaze. Now, the other problem with showing the scene from his perspective 2 minutes earlier is I know that he's not averting his gaze the whole time. But setting that aside, just that's why that choice is so distracting to me. Anyway, the other thing is like, well, we spent 36 minutes with this character. We've never seen his face. When we finally do see his face, I'm like, oh, he's pretty good on camera. Like I wish I could have watched these scenes by looking at him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think we've lost something. And then the other big problem I have with this movie is so many dramatic scenes are taking place where a character is just playing to camera for the entire scene, obviously, because that's the nature of the film. And I'm just like, I think this would have been better if the actor actually had someone's eyes to look into instead of a camera. Some of those scenes feel a little stale because they're looking
Yep.
into
No,
a
that is
camera.
fair. That's fair.
And
That's
I
not
think
the
that's
that's not the filmmaking choice that I was justifying with the ending. By the way, like I
oh,
think all
I
of these
know.
are correct.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Bless you. It sounded like a dog barking at first. People are mentioning that they're doing an all-female remake of Holes.
That's
So of course,
hilarious.
that's
Objectively
exciting.
hilarious.
So he meets this other kid, and he's the only one that's nice to him at all. Now, one of the main sort of thematic through lines running through this movie is the conflict and the sort of interplay of the two perspectives of these two kids, right? One of them is a bit, or the main guy we've been following so far, a bit more idealistic and optimistic about the future of, among other things, race relations in the country. He wanted to march with Martin Luther King. He obviously looks up to him quite a bit. He's optimistic not only about, that sort of civil disobedience and activism making a difference in the country, but also he's optimistic about the fact that he's going to get out of here, right? He's like, I'm
Yes.
not meant to be here. Eventually, it will be shown. Our lawyer that we have that we're working with, he's going to prove that I don't deserve to be here. Then I'll get out, or if I just act and behave well, I'll be able to get out, right? And the other kid, he comes from a bit more of a broken home, as he makes clear. We don't know what he did to get in here, but he seems like he's a bit rougher around the edges in terms of his sort of criminal behavior. But he's like, no, he's cynical about all of that. He's cynical about the possibility of getting out of here. He's cynical about the future of sort of race relations in the country. So we sort of have two competing perspectives. And my understanding is that the author of the book really focuses on that. Like that's the core of the book. And in this, it's kind of one of a few layers that isn't actually given enough. I just don't think he goes in depth enough on that. Like that's an interesting source of drama and sort of
Yeah.
exploring these themes, and we kind of do it, but there's not really enough meat on those bones, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a little too subtle in that regard. I mean, like, I guess I don't want to say it's subtle entirely in that regard, because there is that scene where Elwood, the optimistic one, sees a cardboard cutout of Martin Luther King, and like he runs across the street and almost gets
Thinking
hit by
it's
a car,
him,
thinking
yeah.
it's actually him. But would
George,
like,
go ahead.
no, yeah, I think I'm with you on that.
I would
Anyway,
like more of that. It feels a little thin,
yeah.
a little malnourished.
How do you know which character you're following? Did you forget at any point? There are a couple of moments where I got confused. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I certainly did at a few moments. They try to make it clear most of the time, and they're mostly successful. But there's some moments that I'm like, oh, wait, who am I right now?
Yeah.
Who am I seeing this through? Uh, I think only afterwards was I actually like clear on what that scene was supposed to be. So that can be a little confusing in a way that's not helping the story, I think, as well. Okay, so other things, we're establishing daily life in this work camp. They're picking oranges and putting them into baskets and things of that nature. At one point, this is the first real bit of conflict once we're in the. I keep wanting to call it a camp. It's basically a work camp pretending
Yeah.
to be a school. And one of the first things that happen, we are with the main character. I'm going to call him the main character.
Elwood.
I don't remember Elwood. He sees two of the bullies picking on a younger kid in the bathroom. He tries to do something about it, gets clocked in the face, and then he gets in trouble.
For
You know,
fighting, basically.
for
Like
fighting.
as they do in these kind, like it's Harry Potter does it too, right? Like the he picks up gets on Malfoy. They fight each other in the hallway. They both get in trouble for fighting, like that kind of thing. It's that, but way fucking worse.
Yeah.
Is essentially.
Yeah, so now he is in trouble, and what happens as a result? Well, they're brought to what is called the White House. It is a white shack on the property where basically all the corporal punishment takes place. This is a place you do not want to be. And this is a really effective, terrifying scene in the movie.
Yeah.
I was very impressed by this scene in a way that's like, this is hard to watch.
Yeah.
This is kind of rough. So they approach this shack and they're brought in one by one into a back room that, aside from the rape, is a lot like the dungeon in Pulp Fiction. And there's that thing you're meant to lean over while the white guy, who is the equivalent of an overseer here, um,
Whoops.
beats people
Yeah,
with a belt.
whoops your ass with a belt. Now, interestingly enough, the actual survivors of the school did say, so like I had said to you something about like I sent you a message at one point. I was like, "Oh, are they raping kids here?" Like a lot, awful lot of raping in the Oscar movies uh this time around. And you had mentioned the thing about like no, it's probably I don't think that's what it's implying. Interestingly enough, when I went and looked it up, the actual survivors of the school did refer, like they referred to the White House as like the White House boys kind of thing, but they
Mhm.
also referred to a rape room, and it's not
Yeah,
specified whether or not that was in the White House or not. So it
yeah.
is possible.
It's both, but yeah. So it well, I mean, a lot of them reported sexual abuse at this school in quotes. In this movie, there is, I mean, a lot of things are implied. Maybe you could read into it, but it seems like our main guy Elwood is just beaten horribly,
Yeah,
not actually sexually abused. There does seem to be an implication that there is a Mexican boy who is sexually abused, but it's
it's like
very
brief,
very
very brief,
implied.
and like it doesn't play into the story much at all. Also, I just wanted to point out Jen and Kyle in the chat. I noticed this too while we were watching it. Elwood and Elwoods. It was really difficult at times. I was like, oh no, it's legally blonde dark.
Yeah. Wasserman asks, so is the book double POV and they adapted it as is? I don't know that much. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it's probably locked into their two perspectives, but not like physically like this movie is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure it's limited to what they know, those two characters. But yeah, I don't know if it's written such that like you're meant to think you're actually like literally behind his eyes watching. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unclear. Because I haven't read it. Oh, Georges Rex, the White House, was that winking at the camera? No, that was the real name of the place where they beat and maybe raped people at the real school. That's just what they called it because it was a
Jesus.
white shack.
Offered
So,
Operated for 111 years. The school.
yes,
Holy
it seems
crap.
like yeah, it was around for a long time. And the White House was closed in the 70s, I think, when the school allegedly banned corporal punishment. But then there are all sorts of reports and allegations that they kept doing that,
Yeah.
essentially. So like that didn't help. um, so yeah, it was called the White House just because it was a white building on the property and it's not invented for the movie. That's what it was actually called in real life.
Yeah, and
Um,
it doesn't really have anything to do with like, I'm sure the author of the book made some kind of, reference to it.
you can read into that, but the movie is not going, huh?
Yeah,
It's symbolic. It's just like, no, that's just
that's
what they
just what
called
they
it.
called it because it was a white shack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, uh, Okay, so yeah, so we have this scene after getting in trouble for fighting. He is brought into the shack, and then there's a couple people that are there to be punished, and the white guy in charge, he beats them with a belt, and then eventually our main character is brought into the room, and the same thing happens. And here's where we do something that at first I thought was really interesting, and now in hindsight, I don't know how much credit I should give it. So I'll explain. So he's brought into the room, and there's a nice little subtle detail where the guy who's about to beat him senseless is like massaging his own shoulder, like it hurts from beating all the other kids. And it's like,
I've
oh,
been whooping too hard. I'm
I
getting
know. It's
old.
like, oh,
That's
that's a
fucking
nice that's a
yeah.
nice detail. Ugh. And so, and then and he sees a big sort of like thing he's meant to like lean over while he gets whipped, and we move out of his first person perspective to go behind his head. And so it's a this is the first time this has happened in the movie. We've sort of disassociated from his first person perspective in this moment. And so my first thought is, oh, that's really interesting that like this horribly traumatic thing happens to him and he kind of disassociates, right? Like that makes a lot of sense. That was a really effective choice. Next thing we see happen is it's the future now, like 25 years into the future. There's a time jump and we were following this guy. We don't see him from the front, we see him from behind. We're not like behind his eyes, we're behind his head. And this is presumably, you think, him in the future.
Well,
And
yeah,
so my first thought is, okay, that's really interesting because it seems like something really horrible happened to him and he was never really quite the same. I thought what was going to happen is that we would be sort of behind his head for the rest of the movie, because something changed that day. No, that's not what happens because we immediately go right back to like the normal behind his eyes POV in the main timeline. But then when we go back to the future, so to speak,
Black to the future.
we're always going to be behind that guy's head, but instead of just behind his eyes. But we're we're like it's not like we're doing that because all those scenes are like horribly traumatic. They're happy scenes we see of him in the future that we're also shooting like that. So it's like,
Or
oh,
normal
I was
scenes, like
normal.
yeah.
I mean, they're like normal, happy enough conversations that he's having with his wife that are shot that way. So like,
Well, yeah, that one, but then there's the one in the bar too, right? Which is
well,
yeah,
yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it's not consistent that we're behind his head because trauma as a result of what happened that night.
yeah. No,
That is
like
not a
yeah.
That is not a consistent pattern, so I'm like, "Oh, I guess I can't read that meaning into it anymore." You kind of like pulled the rug out from what I thought was actually a really interesting way of using the camera to convey something.
Yeah.
That now I don't think I can give you credit for that anymore because you kind of threw it out straight away and contradicted it later. So I'm like, okay, nonetheless, that scene of where the camera kind of comes out of his first person perspective to be behind him right for the scene where he's about to get whipped by the guy, like that's actually just in isolation a very very effective
Yeah.
scene. It's
And
very effective.
Mad Season, is it meant to demonstrate that he's kind of disassociating? I think so. Yeah, I think that's
In that moment
in
for
that
sure.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Later on, it's going to be for a different purpose, tied to the ending. The scenes of the future self is for a different purpose that's tied to the ending.
Yeah, and we'll get to it. So, like, when I mentioned that this is almost entirely first person perspective, that's the exception. There's this one scene of him when he's disassociating, when he's about to be whipped, and then there's him in the future. We're behind his head. So, and most of the movie is in the main timeline, but we do jump ahead a few times
Yeah.
here and there. So maybe let's say 10%, maybe 15% of the movie is behind his head. Mostly it isn't, but it's about that percentage, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, so he is punished for trying to do the right thing, and he's horribly beaten for it, and it's a pretty traumatic, effective scene. Then we get a scene of his grandmother rather, coming to visit him, and she's talking to the other kid. Remind me his name.
I don't remember actually.
Oh, all right. Look it up for me.
Yeah, hold on.
The second kid that we meet once we get to the school, we're in his perspective now, and Elwood's grandmother, is here, and
Turner.
she's Turner. So we're in Turner's perspective, and Elwood's grandmother is saying, "Hey, I like they won't let me see him. I came here to visit him, and they won't let me see him. I can't believe they're allowed to do that." She's upset about it, and she sees Turner. It's like, "Do you know Elwood?" And he's like, "Yeah." And she says, "Like, will you give this to him? It's a letter and a package in an envelope that she wants to give him." And then she's like, "Hey, I came here hoping I could hug him. I could hug Elwood, but I can't, so I'll just have to hug you instead." And
And then
what do you think?
it does it twice in a way that like in such a similar way that I was like, did you just use two takes of the same shot like on top of each other? It really feels, I don't know, it feels odd the way that they decided to
It
do
was a
it.
little odd. I wanted to be touched by the moment, but something about the way it was staged and performed felt kind of off.
Yeah, it took me out of it
Yeah.
pretty quickly. I would say I was like, I get what you're going for, but it didn't work. It didn't work.
Georges Rex says, so what happens in the future? Well, when we first jump ahead in the future, he's looking at archival photos from the school, and that's all we see. We will get little glimpses of the future that will amount to something later, but at first it's just, oh, there's a guy in the future, and he's looking at historical photos of the school.
He's
Uh,
talking to his wife about having found a car that he wants to work on or something like that. Um,
there's a couple little weird things like that that ultimately aren't super impactful. Little vignettes. There's many disconnected vignettes in this movie. Asbestos User says, I've read the Nickel Boys book and it's not very good. There are entire chapters that have no other purpose than to have a twist that is not very good. Interesting. I can't say I'm super
I've never been very
interested in reading
interested
it.
in reading it, but
No.
yeah.
So so she hugged the camera. I mean, that's what it looks
Yeah,
like on
twice.
screen.
Yeah, two
Yeah.
times, back to back. Very similar dialogue. I don't know. It
Mhm.
felt like they would like try it again, do it again, and then they just were like, actually, the first time was good. Now it's like even better. I don't know. It felt weird.
Something was weird about it. I can't quite put my finger on it. Um, so now we're in the hospital, and Elwood is recovering from his beating in the hospital, and Turner is there, like he just wanted to come hang out with him and get out of doing whatever work he was supposed to be doing. So he like took some medicine he wasn't, or he
He
ate
ate
something.
soap powder.
Right, exactly, just to make himself sick. And they're like, and Elwood's like, don't you think they're gonna tell that you're not sick? And he's like, no, I am sick. Like, it's not. That was kind of a funny
Yeah,
moment. I like that too. It's like, no, I'm not just faking it. I actually did make myself sick to come here. That's a kind of funny moment. I think this is the scene where we're like, probably for the first time, actually doing shot reverse shot between the two perspectives.
yeah,
And it's probably the most when it, even though they're looking directly into the camera, it's when it most feels like a real movie.
yeah,
And by
yeah,
real movie, I should say conventional movie. And I think a conventional approach actually would have been better for this. Yeah, I've said that
yeah.
already, but I really think it's true. So,
It does feel like a gimmick, especially like as it continues on. You know.
yeah. So, there is this. So now they're having the scene in the hospital. They're talking, right? And remember, right before this, Turner has been given a letter to give to Elwood by Elwood's grandmother. He hasn't given it to him yet. They're talking in the hospital, and they're talking about getting out of here. And this is where we get a little bit of the sort of optimism about getting out of here, perhaps naive optimism, versus the cynicism of the person who's been here longer and is a bit more institutionalized, right? He's a bit pessimistic. And there's a moment where Elwood says like, "Yeah, but you don't have anyone to go back to when you get out of here anyway." And he says that he's not trying to be mean about it, but it comes across like Turner does not take that well, and so Turner doesn't give him the letter.
Yeah,
And this is like the first bit of sort of conflict between these two. And I thought that was an interesting choice
yeah,
because he's clearly not trying to be mean, but like obviously you can see why that upset Turner. And he's like, "Yeah, well, maybe I won't give you the letter then." And it's like, "Ooh, I don't know if I like that about you, Turner." But he's got issues for sure.
yeah,
And then we see people playing with lizards, people playing with their food, people digging ditches. Oh, look, there's an alligator in a classroom. This is a dream sequence for sure. Like a lot of these vignettes, I'm just like, man, this feels so superfluous.
yeah.
They're sitting in the grass, and one guy's carving something out of soap, and then a bunch of the bullies dressed up in boxing gear kind of jump over them as they're running around, and it's like, okay, I guess just little vignettes. They're not bad, but like you pile them up, and eventually I'm a little
They
annoyed
start
at
like
how much time.
you start to wonder, especially with a scene like that, because it's not conveying much other than like maybe a neat trick of the camera, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's like I don't know. It feels a little bit like you could have cut that. Like the movie does feel like it could have been maybe an hour and 45 minutes, and we could have had
I totally agree.
yeah,
I
like
totally
it
agree.
would have improved it.
I
Again,
think
like
so
a
too.
common theme running through most of these movies. Like there's
Yeah.
not many where I'm like, yeah, it had to be this long. Maybe one where I'm like, yeah, I don't really feel the length all that much.
I agree. But now we're establishing that there are some kids here that are involved in boxing. You see a little bit of them boxing, right? Um, more vignettes. They're not especially consequential. I'm just going to move right past them if you don't mind.
Eventually,
We
Turner gets Elwood on a like special duty, yet like special duties um
like
team.
painting, like, so the main, I don't remember his name, but the main sort of got overseer white guy who beat Elwood. His wife like needs like part of their house repainted, so they get the kids to do it, as like free labor, obviously.
Yeah,
um and so that's a better gig than picking fruit or digging ditches or any number of the other things that they're forced to do. So this is kind of a slightly cushier gig, if you will. And so they're talking and they're painting her porch and stuff like that, having some interactions with her, more dream sequences, stuff like that. There's a couple scenes we see of them kind of like goofing off and like not working when they should be. Little subtle sort of class and racial moments of conflict here. Like at one point they're by the pool and then the wife says like, "Hey, you can get in the pool if you want," and then he starts to get in the pool and then she like leaves. Like I don't
yeah.
really
I
know what
don't
to
know
make
what
of
that
that.
was. Like, I kept being like, are they gonna do like she's about to go accuse him of flashing her or something? Like, I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what's
thought
happening.
maybe that was gonna happen. It's not really. Not really. Okay, so I'm fast forwarding it because I'm sick of these vignettes. Um, Eventually he does get a letter this time. They actually send him his mail. And this is when he learns the bad news that the lawyer is actually not doing a good job and he's probably not going to get out of here anytime soon.
Yeah,
And so that hits him pretty hard because he had been pretty hopeful and optimistic up until that point. Um, we go into the future and we're behind the guy's head as he's talking to his wife and our girlfriend. Um, they're watching a Sidney Poitier movie and they're talking about a car that he wants to fix up and stuff like that. It's vignettes. It's
yeah.
more vignettes. This one isn't especially impactful, I would say.
No, it's not, because like okay, the parts that start to matter are when we find out that like the headmaster
Um,
is fixing
yep.
the boxing fight.
Yeah, I'm just there right now. So, Elwood and Turner are kind of lazing off, not doing work, and then they overhear the sort of headmaster guy telling one of the bully kids, a bigger kid, like, "Hey, in this boxing match coming up, they have an annual sort of Christmas time boxing
White
match."
versus black boxing match.
Yeah,
How Christmassy.
how
Christmas in
Christmas.
Florida.
Yeah. And so he tells him that like, "Hey, you need to go down in the third round." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. I like where this is going. A, just because I like boxing and movies in general, but I'm like, oh, there's going to be conflict because he's not going to throw it or something like that. Like that seemed like the obvious place it was going, and I'm like, oh, now the story has a bit of forward momentum now. That's good. I'm excited about that. So now we're prepping for the big Christmas time boxing match, and they set up all these lights and everything, and it's all pretty. And now we have the big boxing scene, and we see the kids and everyone else in attendance watching the boxing match. It's not an especially well filmed boxing match, I would say.
No.
I was a little underwhelmed by it, but so be it. Now it comes to the time for the third round, and what happens? He keeps fighting through it, and he doesn't take a fall. And then by unanimous decision, the black kid is made awarded the victor. And uh-oh, that's not good. He was supposed to throw it in the third round, and he ended up winning instead. Now at first, I was excited because I'm like, he didn't throw it out of pride. And then the movie's like, no, actually, the movie's claiming he just didn't realize it was the third round already. Because he says as much.
Yeah.
He says to the headmaster guy, he's like, I didn't know it was the third round. I didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Because he knows he's in trouble, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, I was kind of hoping it would
Like out of
be
pride.
out of
Yeah.
pride. It would have been more defiant. I would have found that more. I don't know, because I always like that as a trope. You're supposed to throw the fight and then you don't. I don't know. I just like that trope a lot. Um, and so I, that just the direction they took it, I was like, really, you didn't know it was the third round? I mean, they announced it quite loudly and everything, but I don't know. Whatever,
The
it's
rush
fine.
of the, yeah,
It's just
who
slightly less
knows?
interesting, I would say. Slightly less interesting than it could have been, in my opinion, but it's hardly an objective flaw. It's just not what I thought would happen. Either way, there's still forward momentum in the story because, like, uh-oh, what's going to happen to that kid? That's not good at all. We cut back to the future, and we're behind the guy's head, and we're learning that they've done excavations and used ground penetrating radar to realize that there are a lot of bodies buried on the property, right? So this is the little bit that actually feels a bit more relevant overall, I would say.
Yeah,
And so he's in the future as the investigation is uncovering just all the horrible things that happened here and the scope and scale of it, right?
yeah.
Then he finally gets a visit from his grandmother, and she tells him that, that lawyer we got, we raised a bunch of money.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Georgius Rex is saying he can throw in the fourth round. Then now he wins. He knocks the. He basically he punches the
Yeah,
kid so hard he's done.
I think there's only 3 rounds.
Oh, is that it?
I think so. I don't think there were full 12 rounds, and I don't think he knocked him out. I think that round ended, and that was supposed to be the last one. That's what it seemed like to
I
me.
thought it was like he hit him so hard that he hit him so hard that he couldn't keep going. That's what it looked like to me.
Okay, maybe that's what happened then. Either way, he's made crowned the victor. And that's not how it was supposed to go.
No, he was not supposed to win. The black kid was not supposed to win because there's money on.
They're betting on it as well.
This is one of those things that I like, and I know this probably really happened, but I just can't imagine being a grown ass man betting on a bunch of like 15 and 16-year-olds in a boxing match. Just seems fucking weird. Either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but you're probably someone who works at this place as well, and I could see
Maybe
that.
you get bored, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he gets a visit from his grandmother, and she tells him that, like, hey, we raised a bunch of money for the lawyer that's supposed to help you, and then he skipped town with the money. And so that's quite a devastating blow as well.
Yeah.
As one might imagine. And then she kind of gets choked up because she feels like she's failed him a little bit. She's not able to get him out of here because she knows he didn't actually do anything wrong and doesn't deserve to be here, but she feels like she can't do anything to get him out. And so that weighs heavy on her, as one would imagine. Turner just says, hey, I'm sorry I didn't give you that letter, by the way. And he's like, it's fine. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So there goes the conflict. The more I'm thinking about it, maybe I would say like the ending is still strong, but I don't know that I would recommend it now. The more that we're talking about it,
it is one of the better movies on the list, but I actually don't think it makes it all that great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Empire Rise says, I thought it was scheduled for 3. That's what I thought, but either way, he does not get the opportunity to throw the fight. So we jump back into the future, and he just has a moving business. That's a vignette that doesn't really help anything, as far as I'm concerned. There's the vignette where we already talked about where he thinks he sees Martin Luther King Jr., but it's just a cardboard cutout. And so he runs over to be like, oh my God, it's him. And then it's just a cardboard cutout that they're going to put outside of a grocery store?
Yeah.
To attract black customers, I guess. I'm not really sure what was going on there.
Hey, tried and true.
There's some more artsy vignettes that aren't all that relevant. Then the next big scene, we're in the future, and
this is the important, like one of the important sequences.
This is the big one.
Yeah,
you describe it.
So we're in the future. We're with the guy. We're behind his head, and he's at a bar, and somebody comes up to him and recognizes him. It's another former nickel boy who recognizes him and wants to have a drink. He wants to reminisce about getting out, right? He's like, I remember this happening and this happened. And the things that he describes happening are fucking horrifying. and these are things again that it's like it might have been nice to see, right? So one of the things that he says is, and let me make sure that I get this correct. Um, he he says, I remember slipping on flesh, and I remember them making a kid eat a light bulb. Um, it might have been nice to have those sequences in there from Elwood or Turner, either one of them, from their point of view, because we do get some pretty bad things, right? Like we get the beatings and we get the like subtle implication that Emilia Perez, the Mexican lad, is getting raped. We don't get any of the stuff where like the worst of it, right? Like there's mass graves that they're uncovering, but we don't see either of their experiences reflecting that in the school. And it's not like I don't mind subtlety in some ways, but like I would prefer that we see some of it a little. Like I don't know. That's another thing, like another instance where the subtlety just kind of like doesn't do the movie justice. We also don't end up seeing, like, we're never going to see what ends up happening to the big guy who forgets to throw the fight. But maybe we have to assume that he, got his ass beat or thrown in the sweat box, or maybe he was the flesh that this guy at the bar slipped on.
Yeah, I know we had some story momentum actually as a result of that boxing thing, and then we don't know what happens to him except I guess you assume he probably got killed. I
Yeah, I like
guess.
it would. So we're filming the whole thing from POV, right? Like I see people, fucking with me in the chat here about this, but like we're filming the whole thing from the POV of these kids, and then we're gonna just tell you that like all this really horrific, awful shit happened off screen somewhere, and that these two didn't know any of it or didn't see any of it, like the kid eating the light bulb or slipping on flesh. I don't even know exactly what that means. Like he was walking through a room full of like people who were knocked out or beaten to death. Like what?
Yeah, some of those things felt a little much, and especially if like the worst thing we're gonna see is getting whipped once.
Yeah.
We don't even see that. It's just implied. Like I don't know. I like I sympathize with the I wish I got to see some of that stuff. And not in a sadistic sort of way, but just like I don't know if you imply everything, what am I watching actually? What am I actually going to sit down and watch in the theater if you're going to imply almost everything important?
Yeah. It's we never see like I think because it happens immediately after the boxing match, we have to sort of assume that like the big kid got this punishment because I don't think we see him again afterward.
I don't think so either, if memory serves.
Yeah, asbestos user. I think in the book the big guy is killed. That makes sense. That like I mean he is really mad. So I see where like and then this scene at the bar immediately follows the boxing scene, so like you can draw that implication. But I don't know, man. I just like it. Like I wish that you were gonna give me a little more to sink my teeth into with this movie, because as it is, every scene is just kind of a vignette that loosely translates to an overall experience. He's beaten to death, so he's not even the guy who eats the light bulb. It's fine. Like if you want to give me a horrific like horror story kind of thing, show me the kid being forced to eat a light bulb. That's all I'm saying. Like show me that. That would be that
A
would be
growing boy needs his light bulbs. That's how you have ideas,
yeah,
right? You eat light bulbs.
eat light bulbs. So
You
anyway,
want to grow up to be if you want to grow up to be smart, you got to eat light bulbs just like Albert Einstein did.
but anyway, the guy who we're seeing, the guy whose head we're behind at the bar, is really cagey about this fellow alumni from Nickel Academy coming up to him and recognizing him. He's kind of like, I gotta leave. I want to leave. I've got an early morning. I can't sit around and have a drink with you. But he ends up sitting for a little bit, and they talk. And they ask a couple of questions. Do you remember this? You remember that? He has a moving company. We find out the guy who we've been following. He fixes up cars and all. The guy asks him for his number. Hey, you got a card or anything? I need the work. From one survivor to another. It'd be great if you could help me out a little bit.
Yeah.
He's pretty cagey. He doesn't want to give him a card. He doesn't really want to write down his number. He's trying to get out of there. And we don't know why yet, because then we jump back to, the Nick time at Nickel.
Mm-hmm.
So
But we're gotta plant that flag because
he's cagey about it. He seems like he doesn't want to discuss anything with anybody. No commiseration. He gets immediately kind of nervous when somebody recognizes him. So we should plant that flag there, because that's going to set up the part of the ending that I think is worthwhile.
So now the next thread that the movie is going to pick up is that because he doesn't think he can actually get out of here, obviously that lawyer betrayed him and his mother. So now what? Now is he ever going to get out of here? How is he going to get out of here? So there's talk of an inspection, which happened. This is a state-run institution at the time. So like there are inspections to make sure everything's hunky-dory. When the inspectors are coming, they like treat them better and give them ice cream and stuff like that. And of course, some of the kids are happy about it, but some of the kids are like, ugh, that's gross, right? Because it's all a facade.
Yeah.
Right. They're just trying to make things look good, and it's hollow and it's empty, really cynical. And so Elwood decides that what he's going to do, or actually what he's been doing for a while, is just sort of writing down all the horrible things that he's seen and heard happen here. It's not something we've seen him do. We're just told, right? Because that's what this movie is. But okay, we're like, okay, now what he's going to do is be a sort of whistleblower. He's written all this down. He's going to try to get it in the hands of one of the inspectors. Because obviously, when the inspectors come, the people that are running this place are going to downplay all that stuff. They're going to make it seem like everything's hunky-dory and fine. So what he does is he writes all of this stuff down, and he's going to try to get it in their hands. And there's this scene where Turner says like, oh, I'll give it to them for you. And now this is where I was confused at like whose perspective we're actually in. Because there's a scene where he's hiding kind of in or behind a car, and he sees the inspectors who are maybe about to leave, and he's like, oh, this is my last chance to try to get it in their hand. But whose perspective are we in for that?
I don't even remember. I got very confused here too. Like I went back and looked at the messages I was sending you, and I was like, oh, Turner dropped the book and then got sent to the hot box for it. And I was like, oh wait, no, Elwood's in the box. Oh shit, I don't know who we're with anymore.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but this is his last ditch effort to get out of here. We're very near the end of the movie. And so this is the final push. We had our low point where, the crisis of this, though it's thin, though it's all vignettes, and though we're implying more than we're showing, this does have a pretty conventional story structure, all things considered. He's thrown into this horrible situation, and he's holding out hope that something's going to happen, and he wants to get out of here. His goal is to get out of here. And until then, he's just trying to survive. Eventually, we find out that actually his hope of getting out of here is gone. So now he's at his low point. That's the crisis of the movie. That's when he finds out that the lawyer betrayed them and all that sort of stuff. And now he's like, oh, I have to make a last ditch effort, even though it's risky, even though it could, result in maybe getting beaten to death or something. I'm going to try to blow the whistle here and, be a brave force for good in the world and try to report on what's happening here to the authorities. So maybe I'll get out of here. Maybe, they can do something about all this. And so we have this big climactic moment where he sees the inspectors. They're about to leave. He's about to get back in his car. And he's like, well, now's the chance. I gotta go try to get it into their hands. But then we just don't see that scene.
Yeah.
We cut away from that scene. We don't see it happen. It's like, come on, movie. I want to see that scene. That's the big scene. Show it to me. for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I was so annoyed with that. I was like, come on, dude, I want to see that. I want to see it because I know why they don't. I know partly why they don't show it. It's to set up a twist that's coming, and I think the twist is actually pretty good in a lot of other ways. But like, I just like that scene you mentioned earlier of like getting pulled over by the police or getting sentenced for something he didn't do, and a lot of those scenes. I'm like, I want to see that from his perspective. And
Yeah.
this is another one of those big moments. I want to see it. Don't just cut around it and tell me what happened, please.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah, I just yeah. So Georges Rex, the lawyer, betrayed them by stealing their money and running out of town.
Yeah.
So he's like, oh well, for his defense, I'll need $300, and they give him $300, and he's like, bye. I'm going to Atlanta. Fuck you guys. Anyway,
Yeah. So
so
this is the climactic moment of the movie essentially is that we see from Turner's perspective, he's walking around trying to like he gets Elwood out of the sweat box basically. They have a sweat box like Django. It's cuz this is fucked up, modern version of a slave plantation essentially.
and
Um
he's put in there as a result of trying to pass that information along to the
yeah, which
inspectors.
I got confused about too because of how subtle it is. I didn't know who I was with for a little while. I was like, oh, Turner's in the sweat box. Got it. And then I was like, oh wait, no, it's Elwood. Okay, shit, we're Turner. So he goes and gets him out, and they hatch a plan to escape. Essentially, they're gonna take some bicycles and get the fuck out of here. But Elwood has been sweating his ass off, and he's exhausted and he can't move, so he has to fight to get out. Right? Essentially, he has to give it everything he's got. They get on some bikes and they start riding away. And then they're being chased down by honkies and cars.
Well, that's a nice little interesting detail that Elwood doesn't actually seem to be very good at riding a bike. Like he can kind of barely do it because he just apparently didn't grow up riding bikes and didn't really, you know what I mean? So like
Yeah,
that's it. Also, he's exhausted, and also he's not actually good at riding a bike, and so he's not as good at the evasive maneuvers as Turner is, if you will.
yeah.
So yes, and then they're being chased down by the people in charge of Nickel Academy. And go ahead, you're on a roll. Don't let me stop
Yeah,
you.
well, they're being chased down by the people in charge of Nickel Academy, and it's a pretty tense scene. Turner is shouting back instructions. We're cutting between POVs a bunch to see Turner very far ahead of Elwood. Well, we should also point out that the guy in the future they're calling Elwood. Don't think we've done that yet. Like they call him Elwood multiple times.
Yes.
And as they're running through the field, Turner's yelling "Zigzag, Elwood, zigzag!" And then the guy, who was, nicer to them, the guy who was like getting them the better duties of painting the deck and everything, hops out of the truck, and not from anybody's POV, we see him sort of zoom in with a rifle and a scope, and he fires a shot, and Elwood gets hit.
Mm-hmm.
And Turner keeps going and escapes.
Yes.
And he makes it to Elwood's grandmother. And we find out that Turner essentially assumed Elwood's identity and fled the state and has been living as Elwood into the future. And we get a long collage of everything. But I did think that twist was pretty good.
Yeah.
And the back of the head cinematography for the future is because it's not really Elwood. Obviously, it's a dissociated out of body thing, right?
But it could have just been his first person perspective.
It could have been, yes.
That's the thing. I think the twist is actually decent enough. It doesn't really make up for how thin the rest of the movie is.
Yeah,
but
the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm just like, well,
it could have just been
neat.
first person perspective. It's a
Yeah.
perfectly fine twist, and it does make you go like, oh, that's kind of interesting. It's something.
Yeah.
It's something.
It's something.
Like the person we've been seeing in the future the whole time isn't actually Elwood, it's Turner. Because the movie has been toying with like, oh, but what happened to Turner? When he's talking to the guy at the bar, he's like, hey, what happened to Turner? And he doesn't tell him. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, I don't really know, because he sort of assumed his identity and has been living as Elwood. And he's actually like, he seems to have somewhat of a relationship with Elwood's grandmother as well,
Yeah.
which is interesting. And so that sort of makes a bit more sense of why we've shown a scene of those two together at the beginning of the movie as well, or like early on in the movie, like that they have a little bit of a connection, and that she might like approve or like, because there's a montage that shows some of the documents, so clearly he got access to documents and stuff like that she would have had. So clearly she like helped him with that in order to help him escape and help him to flee the state and everything and give him a new life and everything, right?
Yeah.
Um, the only part of that final scene of Elwood getting shot is that like, why the guy who was the only one who was at all, the only white guy there who is at all nice to them is the one who actually shoots him. Like that just fell out of nowhere to me.
They hint at it because when Turner is throwing a fit and storming away from the car, he almost slips up and calls him the N-word, but then he corrects himself.
Yeah, but like he was relatively nice and reasonable to them, and then why is he the one that shoots him? Like that didn't really seem, I don't know. It's not impossible, but I was just like, really? Really? Okay. Fine.
There are a lot of good jokes in the chat right now. I'm just a lot of good ones. Do
Yeah,
you
well,
think the future
obviously,
parts being added almost solely to have the twist are a good addition? You know, that's a good question. The more that I was experiencing this movie
well,
very much as like kind of just like getting up and doing other things while it was on. So that probably added to the way that the weight that the twist held when it happened. Uh,
well,
Overall,
let me.
narratively, I think it still works pretty well.
Okay, let's. Okay, the stuff in the future isn't all worthless. The scene of him at the bar is good.
Yeah,
I don't like that it's behind his head. I think that's kind of a distracting gimmick, that it could have just been his first person perspective. But the scene that, so there are things in the future that I think are nice. I like the scene of like him reading about the investigations into what really happened there in the future, right? Because in the book, ultimately he decides that he's going to go testify, that he's going to tell his story, as far as I understand. That is very much only implied in this. But like they could have done more with the future stuff, and you can still do the twist because you're shooting at first person perspective like that. Um, and I like the scene of the fellow survivor and him at the bar, especially with the twist in mind. It makes that conversation more interesting.
yeah,
You know what I mean? And it is kind of interesting. I wish there was more meat on the bones, but I like the idea of the sort of like the hopeful one who was more optimistic and thought, this world could be changed for the better, and that sort of stuff would make a difference. Like he's who doesn't even deserve to be there at all is the one that's tragically killed. And meanwhile, the other one who was more cynical and he thought he'd never get out of there and maybe did something to quote unquote deserve being there, but thinks that he won't be able to make a difference in the world, gets a new lease on life, and actually does go on to try to make a difference in the world. There's something there that
yeah,
actually I kind of like. It's all kind of thin though. And I don't think that the twist is meant to be like, whoa, Shyamalan. It's just like, oh, that's more interesting than it would have been if it was just Elwood.
yes,
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Empire Rise asks, is the book popular in the U.S.? Not that I know of. I had never heard of it before, for whatever that's worth. You know,
I
but
think Colson Whitehead is pretty famous as an author. I think
I've
in
heard his
certain
name. But like
circles.
I've heard his name, but then when I looked at other books he's written, I didn't recognize any of them. So maybe I'm just not in that world, really.
Yeah. So real for Wasserman is like, if the guy in the bar recognized him from the institution, why did he assume it's Elwood? I'm confused. So he recognizes him as somebody he used to know, but he doesn't remember him very well. So he asks him what his name is.
Yes.
Like he knew him. He's like, hey, wait, didn't weren't you at like in that way that like some guy from your middle school class you might recognize him.
If you're good with faces but not with names, essentially, that's what
Yeah,
the guy at the bar
essentially.
is. Yeah, and like yeah, and the age difference, it's quite a big difference. So, you leave room for people to change and look different. And also it's like I recognize you from Nickel Academy. What was your name again? Oh, right. Elwood, right. And like
Yeah,
that's enough because he just, doesn't really remember many more than that. It's not even clear who that guy is from the main timeline. You know what I mean? I think it's just one of the random kids who was there. You know what I mean? I don't think it's anyone in particular, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
It's not anybody that we know.
yeah. And I like that scene. I think that scene is actually pretty good. And especially with when you get the added bit of knowledge of that's Turner, the fact that he's a little cagey about some of that stuff makes a bit more sense. And it adds meaning instead of detracting or being completely neutral, which is, you know, I think it's a nice little twist. It's not a big revelation like The Sixth Sense or Fight Club or anything, but it's like oh, I didn't expect that, and that is interesting. Is it enough to make up for how kind of thin and meandering and disconnected a lot of the other bits in the story feel? Not really, but I think, and that's why I feel like you could get a lot of this same stuff from a documentary other than that identity swap twist. Like there's a lot to explore here that I just don't think the movie really capitalizes on. Because when I'm describing the interesting idea as far as I see it of the cynical pessimist one who actually is the one who gets a new lease on life and then in the future will actually go on to do something important with it and try to make a difference, that's all implied at best, really. You know what I mean? It's like I'm kind of reading into it something slightly more interesting than what's actually there. It's implied, but I would have liked to have seen that instead of just me making that up in my head based on what you did show me, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I gotcha. But yeah, so that's and the movie ends with like with that reveal and then with like a collage of a lot of different things from archival footage of Martin Luther King to like just shots of Turner as he aged with Elwood's identity, and you kind of get like everything, yeah, everything everywhere all at once slammed together. Um, it's
Artifacts from
yeah,
the excavations, human remains, and clothes and stuff like that. Home video, and then there's a shot of Elwood reaching up to Turner to like pull him up, and then cut to black, Nickel Boys,
yeah.
and
Um,
it's
it's fine.
it's not great, but there's some stuff there that's good.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah,
honestly, it's better than a lot of the other nominees. It's a pretty low bar because, oh boy, but that is Nickel Boys. I give it sort of a tepid recommendation at the beginning. I don't know if I really recommend it,
yeah. Now that I'm thinking
honestly,
about it, like maybe don't watch it. The more that
because
we
as I'm,
talked about it, and the more I'm seeing how, like, I'm like, you know what? Not much happens,
it
honestly.
was
Like it.
mostly boring, and when you're scrubbing through the footage, you're like, yeah, that there was that thing that didn't go anywhere, and that thing that didn't go anywhere, and that thing you could have cut, and that thing that was just maybe a nice little character detail if it was part of a novel that had a bit like a better through line through it. But in this movie, I'm just like, I don't care about that. The alligator imagery, it's like, okay, I don't need any of these dream sequences. I don't think they're adding much. They're adding like a slight bit of impressions of character and place and time and all that sort of stuff, but it's not enough. It's not enough considering we're glossing over the actual biggest moments in this story.
Yeah,
That's the biggest sin of the movie is implying the big beats instead of showing them.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, now we have seen and talked about in depth all 10 of the, bless you,
Yeah, sorry, thanks.
of the Best Picture nominees. And so I suppose now is as good a time as any to start trying to rank them. Now, I would prefer to just do it in terms of enjoyment because trying to rank them in a sort of unbiased attempt at objective quality just seems like more than I really trying to feel like trying to figure out because so many of them are just like bad in different ways. And so it's like, well, which kind of bad do we think is worse? That could be kind of tiresome. So
Yeah,
if it's okay with you, I just want to focus on sort of subjective enjoyment, if that's
that's
all right. I'm sure quality will factor in as it does, but
well.
let's
All right.
talk about it really quick before we do. Matthew Leach, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, did you see Coping Copla's reply to his Razzie noms? I did see that
Oh,
post
I did
where
not.
he's
Tell me
like,
what happened.
well, he's going to attend the Razzies to accept the awards, uh, and he's happy to have taken big swings essentially, and he'd rather live in a world where people take big swings and not everyone is into it than playing it safe. And it's like, all right, sure, man, you go accept your Razzies. um, what an awful year of movies and nominees. Yeah, I think it was a pretty rough year all
Yeah.
around. Granted, there are still some ones people recommend from last year I haven't seen, but it was a rough year in terms of the big tentpole box office successes and the Academy Awards nominees. Rough year. So let's rank these fuckers. You want to start at the top or start at the bottom?
The top is easier.
The top is easier,
The
that's
top is
for sure.
easier. It's Amelia Perez, baby. Clean sweep. The strongest woman that Mexico has ever seen. No, it's Honora. 100%. It's Honora. Easy recommend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honora's it's the easy winner for me. There is no other movie on the list that is as consistently effective and well made and successful in what it's attempting to do and entertaining and fun. Because movies can be fun sometimes. Yeah, Honora, it's an easy recommend. I really like Honora. It's the best movie I saw last year, not just of these nominations. So that's easy number one for me. Now it's gonna get harder and harder.
Yeah.
What do you got at number two?
I'm putting Dune at number 2 because it's the only one where I was like, that was something.
I
It's the only one that didn't actively piss me off, but it wasn't great. So, well, I guess Nickel Boys didn't piss me off, but it bored me half to tears.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We promised to show us a ranking. Oh gosh, well, I forgot I promised that. So why don't you just do it in your head, you bozo? Sorry. Yeah, we did promise to do that, and then I forgot because they'd watched 3 movies this week, and they were all boring. So here, how about you just listen to what we're saying like it's a podcast? And are you gonna put it on screen? Yeah, put it on screen, Hugh.
I'm
Fuck
gonna
it.
put it on screen. I got it. I got it.
I was gonna do something more elaborate, but then I forgot to do that. So, all right, you fuckers, time to rank these movies. In terms of subjective enjoyment, I'm gonna put Dune Part 2 at number 2 as well. I still like it. It's like a 6 out of 10 for me.
There you
I've
go.
seen
There's
it.
number 1.
It's number 2 on this list.
I put number 1. I put the only one that matters right up on the screen. There you go. There's your ranking. Hold on, let me put it with all the Oscars that it's going to win. There you go.
Okay. Wait for it to catch up on my. Emilia Perez.
There you go.
Number 3 in terms of subjective enjoyment is Emilia Perez.
Yeah, honestly, I'm
I
I
I
it
had so much fun. I had so much fun watching Amelia Perez. I don't know what to tell you. It was the perfect kind of cringe for me. It was baffling. It was morally bankrupt. It was unintentionally hilarious. It was cringe. And it is one of the most nominated movies of all time. And I had such a fun time talking about it with friends on youtube.com that for me, Amelia Perez is third in
it
terms
is
of.
third place. That is it's so fuck it's a 0 out of 10. 3 on the best picture list. Unwatchable movie. Go watch it. It's incredible.
I mean, purely ironic enjoyment, but I enjoyed it so much. I really did.
God, I
Sorry, you
hope
need
it
to put.
wins.
Yeah. Topaz dude, Nora Best Picture and Sean Baker directing potential means we're so cooked. No, it's a good movie, Topaz. You fuck. Anora's a good movie, and it
Honora's
deserves the praise, you silly goose.
Oh God. Okay, so now we really start to get into it.
All right. Wait, was Amelia Perez your third most enjoyed as
The
well?
more that I think about it, yeah, like I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the experience of watching Emilia Perez more than any of these others. I was just bored through most of the other movies.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think in terms of, oh God, this is going to be really difficult now.
I'll put
Did you
Nickel Boys next, I guess, because
really?
I
I
compared to
I think
like what? Compared to like I'm Still Here, or I guess
yeah, maybe
yeah,
I'm still
maybe
here.
I'm Still
I
Here would
think
be.
that's what I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put I'm still here. Are you actually gonna put rankings in like a notepad on screen?
No.
Okay. Yeah, fuck you, Osterman, for even wanting that, you dumb bitch. Just kidding. Um, I think I'm
Why
gonna
would why
go.
would I need to? The winner is right there.
Um, I think I'm gonna go. I'm still here over Nickel Boys because the first half was just so much better than anything in Nickel Boys, and even if it was a letdown in the second half, the highs were higher.
You
And I
know, I
think
suppose that's true.
Nickel Boys is just mostly boring. It's mostly boring. And I don't really ever want to. Okay, basically, after Amelia Perez, and I say that very deliberately, after Amelia Perez, I don't ever want to watch any of these ever again. I really don't.
I don't want to watch Emilia Perez ever again either. Like this is
Listen, I would if it was in the right company. It's funny.
that's true. That is true. Yeah,
um,
it'd be either I'm Still Here or Nickel Boys. Like I'm Still Here, the beginning was much better, but in Nickel Boys the ending got well. No, it'd be I'm Still Here and then Nickel Boys probably. That'd be the ranking. Wicked after that, and
uh,
then that
yeah, I would say Wicked after that too. I mean, Wicked's a profoundly stupid movie, but I didn't find it as boring and aggravating as some of the other ones. So I'd say Wicked after that as well. I would
and
say a complete unknown after Wicked.
yeah, yeah.
That's tough because they're
That's
both so incredibly mediocre.
it's
Yeah,
it's yeah.
for me so far, just in terms of enjoyment, it's Anora, Dune Part Two, Amelia Perez, the people's favorite. I'm still here for Nickel Boys 5, Wicked 6, A Complete Unknown 7. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, yes.
So that leaves three left. Um,
Conclave, the Brutalist, and the Substance.
I
Conclave is gonna be Conclave is gonna go above the other two for me. That's gonna be number 8.
yeah, this is where it gets very hard
Yeah.
because they're all different kinds of bad in my opinion. Okay, like I'm just explaining my thought process here. I found The Brutalist insufferable and cynical and miserable and overly long and boring, and the main character had absolutely zero redeeming qualities. So that's tough. And the movie tries to defend brutalism and fails and is obnoxious about it. Meanwhile, Conclave has like a very sort of preachy, naive, overly simplistic message that it's beating you over the head with. And there are things in it that I just straight up don't believe. Like, for example, that a couple progressive platitudes convinces a congregation or whatever, a conclave that has mostly supported the most radical reactionary candidates up until this point. And then he's like, hey, man, maybe we should look at how petty we are before we judge radical Islamists. And they're like, you know what? You're right. Intersex Pope. Now you're in charge. It's like that. No, I don't believe you. But then again, the Brutalist also has the scene where Van Buren rapes him, even though there's really not a lot of build-up or precedent for that either. So maybe I put Conclave above the Brutalist. Yeah. And then the Substance, that one's tough because the Substance.
All right, I put a notepad up on the screen so that everybody can see it. So number 1, Honora, easy. Number 2, we had Dune, Part 2. 3, the winner, the champion, Emilia Perez. 4 was I'm Still Here. 5, was that Nickel Boys 5?
Yeah, I
Pretty
put
sure
it
that-
after I'm Still Here.
Wicked,
Yeah.
and then A Complete Unknown.
I think so. Those I could flip those two.
Yeah,
But I think
honestly, I think I would I might put a Complete Unknown in 6, over Wicked, actually, because I like, if I have to listen to one of these crappy jukebox musicals, I think I'd rather listen to the Bob Dylan songs than to the Wicked songs.
You know what? Wicked isn't even a complete story. I've changed my mind. Let's put A Complete Unknown above Wicked because Wicked doesn't even end. It just stops, and that's annoying because it's so fucking long.
That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, so here's okay, so I think Conclave above the Brutalist. Now, here's where we might have the hardest one to rank because I think it might actually not be the bottom. The Substance is so wild and over the top and crazy that it has entertainment value that some of these other ones don't, even if everything about it is stupid. What do you make of that?
I might put the Substance above the Brutalist because the Brutalist was so unfathomably long and dull
and dull
obnoxious.
and miserable and cynical. Yeah.
And like at least there's some gross body horror crap going on in the Substance.
Yeah. I agree with that. I agree with that.
I think that's
so in terms of just entertainment value, I think it's above the Brutalist. It might be above Conclave for me.
Ooh, shit, you might be right about that actually.
Just in terms of pure entertainment value, I mean, obviously we can come to different conclusions here. It is allowed.
Would okay, gun to my head, if I had to rewatch one of them, no, I'm picking Conclave. I would rather because Conclave's shorter.
That is true. Do you and we're pretty sure that like Wicked is in The Complete Unknown or above those, right? For being kind of just like, well, because both of those movies had like scenes and sequences that I actually legitimately liked in them. Like the popular song is fun, and
yeah,
there's some stuff.
Yeah, and like
this is tough. This is tough because the whole bottom sphere of this list is just ugh, in my opinion. Yeah, the body horror and the Substance is kind of like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
but
wild.
like I would rather just have like, I would rather get out of there 20 to 30 minutes earlier.
45 to an hour earlier. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I think boringness is a big part of why the bottom ones are the bottom ones, in my opinion. Just yeah, because yeah, yeah. That
Damn,
I
yeah.
am.
Matthew Leach, The Substance is so low. I hated. I was screaming at my TV. Like it was, it was not a pretty sight.
Matthew Leach. This is just enjoyment, which is why Amelia Perez is so high. To be perfectly clear, the movie is Amelia Perez is the worst movie here. It's the worst, but it's really funny. It's really fun and it's really cringe, and it's a certain kind of flavor of cringe that I just delightful. Trayvon Washington asks, "How much higher would Nickel Boys be if there was a light bulb eating scene?"
It might bump. It might bump. I'm still here at that point. Honestly, like that would be
Yeah,
pretty fucking brutal. I've updated my ranking as you can see from the stream. In number 10, paint drying, and in number 11, those snuff reels that have populated Instagram lately. And then number 12, the brutalist comes in.
yeah. It's kind of funny because if we were doing this list in a trying to set aside taste and boredom and some of the more subjective things like that, and just really focusing on like assuming that coherent storytelling as a craft is something we care about, what is actually the best in terms of quality, the brutalist would not be so low. It wouldn't be high, but it's mostly it's just that I hate it. I hate the movie. I think it's fucking miserable, boring. Ugh, I hate it. So like, it's not the worst made movie on the list. That is for sure. And movies like Wicked would be a lot lower if we were just looking at quality. But yeah, I'm just gonna stick with enjoyment, and I think that's a pretty fine list. I think paint drying, paint drying is kind of a meditative thing.
Yeah.
You could find that relaxing in a way that you wouldn't enjoy for the brutalist. Is
Yeah.
Amelia Perez cringe that holds up would be my question. Well, I mean, 8 out of 10 of these movies don't hold up, but Amelia Perez, I think if I 2 years from now got drunk and watched it with the boys, it would be a lot of fun still. I think so. I don't know that for certain. I think maybe it might wear off a bit, but I had a lot of fun watching it and even more fun talking about it with friends. So,
Penis to vagina would hit when you're like when you're rolling 6 beers deep with
yeah,
the
when
lads.
everyone knows
Like,
the
yeah.
song and they can sing along, yeah, dude.
A
I would
couple
go
people.
to a mid. I would go to a midnight Rocky Horror Picture Show style screening of Amelia Perez.
Yeah, absolutely. So people are asking like, how are the snuff reels on Instagram? I don't want to get too into it, but apparently some of the content moderators at Meta have been on strike lately, and they've allowed quite a few really like truly despicable things to get through.
I have not heard this.
Oh, dude, it was fucking crazy. I was scrolling the other day and it was like all racist jokes and everything. And then all of a sudden, I'm watching a shark literally rip a guy into pieces in Egypt. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? I watched it a few times because I was like, is that fake? Or like, and then I watched it a couple more times because I was like, damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, that's rough.
There was also another one of like a guy playing slots at some like, janky casino in Baltimore, and a dude, like it's security camera footage, and a dude in a mask just like walks up behind him and shoots him in the back of the head. It was like, what
Oof.
the fuck is going on today? It was pretty rough.
Yikes! That's a big yikes. Not a fan of that sort of thing.
No.
It's funny. You know that Shane Gillis bit where he's like, a buddy of mine likes to watch death videos on the internet. He's like, I don't. I mean, if we're hanging out, I'll watch them with him. I watch
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, it was fucked up for a day or so before people started like really, getting into it, but I would still rather watch those than The Brutalist. Again.
Yeah, yeah. I will. Ugh. Someone asked if it wins Best Picture, they want to see a video on it. No, no, no. I've said all I need to say about The Brutalist. I don't. If I had to make a video about it, I'd have to watch the movie again, and I don't ever want to do that again because I found that movie loathsome. Despite some of its merits, that's the thing about it. Because I keep thinking about that because it's not the worst made movie on the list. There's some good acting. We talked about maybe Adrian Brody deserving the award for best actor, but like, damn, fuck that movie. I hate it. Henry Hammers, thank you very much for the super chat. Says plans on watching Severance. I have heard it's good enough that I do plan to check it out at some point. I just haven't yet. I have
Yeah,
heard,
I've heard good things from a few people that I work with about that
and
actually, or
I
that I
know
used
there's
to
just
work with, I should say.
a new season just dropped. So yeah. Sometimes with TV shows, I like to wait until they're done and people still say they're good before I even start them, just because I don't like to get burned by watching like 3 seasons of a TV show only for it to go horribly to shit. That I'm a bit cautious in that regard with TV shows sometimes, but enough people have said Severance is good that I think I'll check it out before waiting to see if it
Yeah,
ends completely good.
I mean that's the reason why I'm not doing House of the Dragon, even though I've heard decent things. Although, like, I think it fell off. The talk around it fell off after a little bit, right?
That's what I've heard. I haven't paid attention to it because I haven't seen any of that. So, Kevo, thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate it. Anyway, crazy as it may look on paper, that is our list of of the enjoyment value of these the best pictures of 2024. So now let's talk briefly about predictions before we wrap this thing up. The Oscars are going to start up tonight. I don't intend to watch them at all because I like Conan O'Brien enough, but I'm so sick of the Oscars and Hollywood, and like I can't imagine how obnoxious and preachy the
Yeah,
ceremony would
it's
be.
gonna be awful.
It's going to be awful. So I won't be watching it. That's for sure. I'll look up the results later. Predictions, Hugh. Obviously, I
I'm
know
all in on the Amelia Perez. I don't think it matters. I do not think it matters. I think
you
they're going to do it
you
anyway.
okay. So not just that you want it to because it'd be the funniest thing ever. You actually think it'll win Best Picture.
Yeah.
That's your prediction. Okay. All right. I don't agree, but I think I appreciate you standing up for Amelia Perez. Uh, being a good ally, I guess you could say. I think The Brutalist is going to win Best Picture. I do.
it is a strong possibility. It's about
I
how
think
everybody hates the Jews and Hollywood does.
well, there's that. There's the xenophobia themes. Yeah, well, anti-xenophobia themes. There's this period piece aspect. There's the drama, character drama aspect. There's the fact that it's a story about an artist aspect. There's the fact that everyone's calling it an epic, mostly just because it's long. But ooh, epic, that is good. It is a good thing to be an epic. So a great American epic, that's what people are saying about it. Have they watched the movie? A lot of them haven't, no, because it's 3.5 hours long, and a lot of them don't watch all the movies anyway. So I don't think I think it'll win Best Picture. And it doesn't deserve to. And I think if maybe they watched it and really understood what it was actually saying about the nature of art and the relationship to the people who fund art, maybe they would be offended by it. But I think they haven't watched it or they're too stupid to realize the attitude the movie actually takes towards the studios and producers. And so they're going to give it an award and then they'll feel good about themselves. That's my prediction.
That is fair. I just want to point out that I mean, it's not like the French have any taste, but the French version of the Oscars, the Césars, Amelia Perez took home 7 awards, including the Best Picture.
It's funny. I've literally never heard of the Césars in my life. Never even heard of that. Like I've heard of the BAFTAs at
Yes,
least.
yeah, well, yeah, because we have halfway decent. The English have halfway decent taste, so the
So
BAFTAs matter in some sense.
Topaz Dude says that he thinks Conclave or Honora looks like it's winning based on other shows. I actually disagree because The Brutalist won Best Feature Drama at the Golden Globes, and that is a decent indicator. Conclave won at the BAFTAs, but the BAFTAs excuse me, I don't think the BAFTAs are actually a very great indicator of what the Oscars will do. For example, last year, All Quiet on the Western Front absolutely cleaned up at the BAFTAs. And then at the Oscars, it got a bunch of technical awards, but it didn't win Best Picture. I think that's probably what's going to happen with a movie like Conclave. Um, I've heard rumors that people actually think Anora has a very good chance of winning. Call me cynical, but I just
I
don't.
would
I
love
think
it.
it's too fun. I think it's too fun and funny of a movie. I think they don't tend to like fun and they don't tend to like funny. Anora is a comedy, and they hardly ever award those Best Picture. This would be very rare if they did. Obviously, a movie like Everything Everywhere All at Once that has a lot of comedy to it, and it's a very fun
Parasite.
movie. Yeah, Parasite's pretty funny too. Like there are exceptions for sure. I just think I don't know.
Recent exceptions, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
I would love to believe that Honora can win. I don't, but I would love to believe that. I'm sticking with Amelia Perez because I think it's gonna be the one that these people, like, I think that's what I think that's what they're gonna pick.
Well, I suppose we'll see. Kevo says, doesn't the Academy hate Sean Baker? Not as far as I know. I mean, I know the Florida Project was nominated for some things when that was out. Obviously, he does kind of indie stuff, and like sometimes indie stuff, does well in award season, but not always. So if they do hate him, I'm not aware of it. He's nominated for Best Director, I believe. So like they don't hate him that much. I don't know if he'll win though. If it does win, I think it would be the most deserving. That is for sure. But I'm going with the Brutalist.
All right. Well, we will see tomorrow morning since we're not
Mhm.
watching.
No, fuck that. I'm not watching that. At least, I mean, hey, at least it's not Jimmy Kimmel again. That's a step in the right direction.
That is for sure. But yeah.
Well, that was the conclusion of talking about all 10 best pictures. It certainly was an experience. Based on how much of a slog this was, I'm not especially excited about doing it next year. So maybe next year, as we mentioned earlier, we'll do something different, like watch the best animated features and the best international features or something, unless the crop next year is actually quite good. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
it
see what
could be.
happens.
It could
Could be.
correct itself.
It happens. 2019 was the year of the movies was 2019. 2020 is the year of that Oscars that was really, really good. That was like Parasite, and that was Parasite year. There were a lot of good nominations that year. It does happen. It tends to be a fluke, though. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you all for joining us on this stream and this arc. We will continue with non-Oscars related things next time. I don't know exactly what it'll be, but I'm really hoping it'll be a good movie.
That's my prediction. Fingers fucking crossed.
So it'll either be something
Be
like
great to have a nice relief from this absolute slog. It's been a rough month.
Yeah. So do you know what we're watching next week?
I don't yet. No.
Can we continue Disney?
Maybe. That might have to wait 1 week, but we'll see.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out on our own time.
Yes.
Until then, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you all for the super chats. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We certainly did. And we'll see you next week for whatever we talk about then. Goodbye. Good luck.
Good night. Good luck. Let's go, Amelia.
Take care.